Hail and welcome. Welcome and welcome. And welcome. Yeah, let's go check out the atomic shop, huh? Let's go turn on my eye tracking. Eye tracking on. That's that blue circle you see moving around the screen there. Yeah. Recently I've improved my build a bit so that I could use different weapon types, sort of. Using the Gauss shotgun and the Gauss minigun along with my bloodied mole miner gauntlet, you know. Let's dive in. Let's dive in, baby. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Cool. Cool. This song is called Tranquil by Karuna. Yeah. Okay, here we are in my little camp. One day they'll improve the footprint size, you know. One day.
I just love songs. Don't you?
Yeah. Yeah. Over encumbered, let's fix that problem. Like we established last time, my camp is here, so I'm using this existing crate to store a bunch of flim-flam. A lucky player might find these goodies. And it's all there. It's a bunch of legendaries and a bunch of other garbage. All this extra ammo. Normally, I would put this stuff at a train station, but if you're lucky enough to have your camp overlapping, to have your camp footprint overlapping in an existing building or whatever, you could use a container to store your things. Or whatever. Or to throw away your things. To throw away your stuff. Yeah. All this stuff. And these grenades. Yeah. All this armor. Cool. All this extra ammo. These mods. And the sort by weight, gunpowder. And this meat. This other alcohol. Yep, I'm an herbivore, you know. I could sell something else whenever the time comes, but I first want to do this major dumpage, unloading everything, you know? You know what I mean? Carry weight is a sort of a major issue in this game. It's sort of a major problem that you have to
I should visit that
deal
giant
with
teapot next
to
time
figure
I go
out.
See how robot taste stacks up.
Yeah. Okay. How you doing? You got something for me?
I like the spot you chose here.
Yeah?
Lots of opportunities to gather ingredients for my projects.
Word. What do you have to eat?
Didn't you just have a snack? Give it some time to settle, and I'll be happy to make something for you later.
Okay, so if I'm... Oh, in other words, if I'm starving, you'll make me not starving. But you won't give me something if I'm already full. Gotcha. 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 Let's talk about cooking.
Haha, of course. I love talking shop.
Hey there, Professor.
Kitchen, whatever.
Hey there, Peter. I want to buy some, I'll just love to buy some
Sure
recipes.
thing. Let me...
Human,
There are
if
some
you could hear me
answers here.
in the
Let me know if
shack
anything catches
right
your
here,
eye.
I put a bunch of legendaries. There's a bunch of free legendaries in the
How
little
you doing?
box in the shack behind me. I emptied out my stash.
I just
So my
love
vendor's empty, but there's a box back there with a bunch of garbage. Back over here. Right here in this box. A bunch of legendaries. Beast. You there. Okay.
Tried any new foods lately?
Alright.
I'm working on something unique.
Hey there,
but
Jonathan.
I haven't worked up the courage to ask you to sample it yet.
Let's talk about cooking.
Haha, of course.
I want to buy some recipes.
Sure thing. Oh, there are some.
I want to buy your food.
Hello?
Hey, brain bombs. Ain't that wonderful? That's what I'm talking about. Let's join some random team.
fun is what
So I can get my little bondage bonus.
find party supplies for
Fine.
you.
I'll join this random event team. Okay? About to get out there and get busy. You know, there's double XP right now, and that's just wonderful. Okay? Just wonderful. If you don't use lunchboxes, it's sort of like you have free lunchboxes. A lunchbox is like an item, a consumable. You can stack up to 4, and when you use one, people around you get the benefit. So you get these lunchboxes. And they give you a random little bonus, like more damage against robots or whatever, animals. You don't need as much food or something like that. Something minor. Carry weight plus whatever. But they all have plus 25% XP gain.
Just love songs. Don't you?
And if you use yours around other people, they're more likely to use theirs, and then you end up having double XP with plus 100 XP. And whenever there happens to be a double XP event, like right now, up until the 25th or some garbage, that means you have quadruple XP. Which, in conjunction with like cranberry relish and brain bombs and berry mentats and the well-rested buff
Don't eat just anything. you
and a
find
couple
out.
other things, you end up getting a lot of XP. And, high intelligence with unyielding gear, that sort of stuff, all this stuff stacks up to the point where you just get a lot of XP. But there's a cost behind it, so it's balanced. Got my little bed over here in the corner. All right, Jonathan. Yeah. Let's go. Yep, taking my little nap here. I'm about to eat my foods.
Fun is what I do. I find party supplies for you.
I'm not gonna play that wonderful piano just yet. I'll play the banjo.
Dare telling me about my guilty pleasure. How you doing?
Okay, let's go down to my fridge, pull up my cranberry relish. Alright. Check out my stats one more time. Okay, we're using Bloody Mess. Do I need to use Bloody Mess? Sometimes, but I'm using adrenaline, so I don't need Bloody Mess. You see, it's a fair compromise. Aha, look! Hey everybody, I'm using adrenaline. Ain't that fun? That means I can use tomahawks and other garbage items. Adrenaline really helps me to use weaker weaponry because you get a free 60% damage boost. So. Yeah. So I'll survive. I'm using the shotgun as well. It'll help me out because I'm not using any shotgunner perks, but I'm using skeet shooter to make sure that my entire shot group focuses on one target, for more damage. And then enforcer, if they don't die, they'll be crippled with the shotgun. So I'm using melee, of course. So whatever, martial artist, incisor, blocker, iron fist, barbarian. Green thumb, concentrated fire 2, so I could target. I like targeting their right leg, or their left leg, or their left wing. It's important to destroy the left wing.
I collected some new recipes on my latest outing.
I'm using inspirational right now for that XP flim flam, and a demolition expert because of my exploding fist melee attack, and the fact that the Gauss shotgun and Gauss minigun are both explosive in nature. Escape artist. Whenever I squat, I'll turn invisible. Grim Reaper sprint. Starch jeans. Class freak. Serendipity, which is sort of needed if you're playing bloodied. It's just the second you die, you know that's why. I'm still using these 3 perks right here. I tried taking them off, but I really noticed the difference. I figured I don't need these perks against mutants. It's really for a horde of ghouls. But all the time you'll have 1 or 2 mutants standing together, and that's what kills me, you see? Let's say I don't use these perks, and I'm focusing on just exploding palm to kill a single enemy quickly. Pow, he's dead. It works, okay? But if there's 2 enemies or 3 enemies standing together, and I don't have the natural splash damage, if I'm relying on just exploding palm, it might not kill him. But this 40% chance for melee bats to do area damage. All the time I kill more than 1 enemy. Which means I jump into a group of enemies and they all die. Or they all die -1. Or after 2 hits they all die. If I don't have this stuff there, they don't all die and they have a chance to start walking backwards and pull out their minigun and they kill me. It's a dramatic difference in survivability. It really is. Now, collateral damage, there's usually a chain reaction that occurs. I figure if I'm putting back on hack and slash, I might as well put back on collateral damage. But I took it off for a second. There's a chain reaction, and it happens, it triggers all the time. Sometimes you'll punch one guy with exploding fist, with exploding palm, he'll die, and then trigger another explosion. You see? And then with the hack and slash, you're hitting the other guys multiple times. So, area effect damage with the initial explosion, right? So they get hit with the boom, hack and slash, boom, explosion, and then that guy will die, he'll explode, and then kill another one, that guy explodes, and technically, I think it was melee damage. Sometimes. And then, you know, it happens. Hey there, Bill. Hey there, Connie. And other people besides that name. And I'm trying to spell out these words. I believe that there is an Easter egg. If you spell out certain words, you'll get a bonus. You know? So I'm starting off with lap, and I'm going with pal, and then I'm going with other combinations of the English language. And then I'll move on to other languages. Not really. Alright. Brain bombs. Brain bombs.
Don't you?
Tried any new foods lately?
Don't you question me, beast. It's time for the lunchbox E. I'm ready. We're starting off with a fiesta of XP. Out of my way, Yasmin. You finally got speed, the speed demon serum?
86 glowing meat steaks. Time to go hunting again.
Oh yeah, let me show you my mutations really quick after I use this last lunchbox. Really quick. I have a set of unyielding armor on, okay, then I have my weapons, and then these are my mutations. I'll say them really quick. I'm not going to describe them because we have to go. Adrenal reaction, bird bones, eagle eyes, electrically charged, grounded, healing factor, herbivore, herd mentality, marsupial, plague walker, scaly skin, speed demon, talons, twisted muscles, unstable isotope. And my armor, bunch of unyielding stuff. I'm trying to focus on weapon weight reduction, but I only got, you know, one piece of that. I also have intelligence, you know, and whatever. Then my weapons, I got my Mole Miner Gauntlet, you know. This thing. It's bloodied, faster swing speed. This right here is just a 1-star bloodied flim flam. I should actually pull out my, because that's the whole point of it. I have this Scorch Beast slaying weapon, which I can totally put over here in this position. Alright, it'll be used for Scorch Beasts. Maybe I should make it prime or something. I don't know if you can. Can you?
Hello?
Maybe. I don't know. But you see, it's zealots, and I have limb damage on it. And my whole point of using the shotgun is to ground a Scorch Beast. But I have the Beastlander, which does the same thing. Limb damage and ignores armor. The Beastlander. I don't have much ammo, but we'll work that out in time. Or arrows. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm mainly doing melee at the moment. Let's go. Let's go. I just find melee to be faster if you're trying to go for XP or whatever. But, you know, it's just faster. It's so much faster, I find. Always. It's going to be really hard to compare the damage of melee to range. Especially with certain bonuses in hand. But that's the whole point. Shooting is safer and sometimes faster if the enemies are spread out. Remember, I have adrenaline, so we're about to get some compounding damage. About to get some compounding damage here. He might die.
You die.
He might die. Okay. I might want to find a way to move. You know what? I could probably do that. Let's do that right now. I'll take off Grimmer for Sprint and put on Bloody Mess. There we go. I have a bunch of AP foods on me. I think we're okay. Alright, we're going. Okay, how much do I have? 282. I have more in the stash. 363. We got this. Purified water. Boom. Alright, here we go. We're moving. Remember to dip and dive and duck. Get this guy first. Alright. Up and over. Back up and over. Eat some razor grain flour. Duck. Dip. And dive. Okay. Lower my life down a bit. Okay. How we looking? Are we okay? Excellent. Great success. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Whee! Oh no, wee! Oh no, wee! Boing. Okay. This stream is brought to you by popcorn seasoning. That's right, popcorn seasoning. Right into my eyelid. And rub it in. Did you know that your left eyelid has more taste receptors than your tongue? And your nose area? Because it's wired to the right side of your brain, which is where the exists. Try it out. Put some soy sauce up in there. A couple grains of sugar. In fact, just 1 gram of sugar. 1 grain. Try 1 crystal of salt and you'll taste it in your brain. Don't do that. Bad for you. Don't do that. Okay. Leg hurt. That means I get to use tomahawks. Ain't that fun? So after this farm, I have to go make some tomahawk Garbage. Okay, tomahawks are on the menu. Some flammers. Put some soy sauce in that eyelid, baby. And give it a twirl. But yeah, it's kind of hard though because you have to teach yourself to cry backwards. Is the best way to describe it. It's like a weird siphoning. It has to get right up in the tear duct. Your eyelid's more of a reservoir. You could try gauging open your tear duct passage. Put a big old plug up in there, you know? Like in the movies. I'm thinking like a little rubber cork up inside the tear duct hole. Over time, you tease it open. You shove it up in there. You put a tube up inside the rubber gasket so it's airtight and put that into a little vial. And you tuck the little bag, the catheter bag up inside the eyelid, and no one knows. No one has to know it's there, but you know it's there. All they'll see is a little black plug. You can have it flesh colored or whatever, and a little tube running inside your eyelid. It'd be wonderful. I should go on Shark Tank. I'm imagining some sort of armor plating around that, because maybe you might want to hide it. You could wear goggles or something. You could hide the tubes and the flaps and so forth. But, no! I almost died. Hot tomato. Disclaimer. Huh? You ever had a steamed tomato served all by itself on a plate? They give you a plastic knife and say, eat. Wrapped in steamed cabbage. Mmm. You ever had that? They call it a hot tomato.
Attention citizens. Nuclear strike imminent. Please exit the area at your earliest convenience.
Yeah.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Hot tomato. You get some cabbage. Different colors help. You get like purple and white and green. You know? The veinier the better. And you wrap a nice tomato. It helps if you cross-hatch the skin. No seasoning, just dunk it in water. Wrap the cabbage tight though, you want to wrap it. It's all about the skill of wrapping the cabbage. Some people cheat and they use gelatin between the layers. You get like a paintbrush out of horse hair, and then you use horse gelatin to paint the gelatin upon the tomato. And you soak the cabbage leaves in gelatin of the horse. And, you know. How about your right leg? Left leg? Sure. Oh yeah. The beating of our hearts is the only sound. Steamed tomatoes with no seasoning, wrapped up in some cabbage, baby. If you want to get creative, you can have a single lima bean wrapped up in there as a treat. And what you do is you serve like 8 tomatoes, and you have the people claim their own, and whoever gets the lima bean, oh boy, it's like a treat. A single lima bean. Unseasoned, of course. That would be blasphemous. Yeah. You don't like our traditions? Then leave. We welcome you to our village. You got the lima bean? Now you have to go do this garbage outside. I'm just hungry. My plane crashed in the jungle, and they're giving me darn steamed tomatoes with no seasoning and a single lima bean. Now I'm their god or something. Treating me like C-3PO. The forest moon of Endor. Cause I got some lima bean. Ignore my imaginary scenario. It bears no allegiance to reality. I'm just saying. I like to imagine that the, you know, the mutants have a complex culture where they, you know, they get served these tomatoes wrapped up in lettuce, and if you happen to get the lima bean, then you're some sort of temporary leader, you know, and you have to find some claim on the world, you know, and they know it's a death sentence. You have to leave the tribe. You have to leave the tribe, you know. You have to go out there and stake your claim because you got the hot tomato. So they laugh and say, hot tomato, ha ha ha. You know, it makes more sense than hot potato to me. You know, it pretty much means you're dead. Over the years, it's evolved. The phrase, you know, from originally it was based upon the ancient tribes of the mutants. But now it's just an insult saying you're dead meat, you know? So they say hot tomato. But, you know, sometimes it's literal. Sometimes just paint a tomato or whatever, or they mention lima beans out of context, but you know what it really means. They're calling you a sucker, or, you know, fate's against you. It's a complex thing, really. You know. Okay, moving on. Yep. Mm-hmm. You ever took a bean and peeled the outer skin from it? And examined the structure up close with a magnifying glass? You ever did that? While people laugh and point at you and saying, what are you doing, you freak? It's just a bean. And then you're forced to uphold your point of view of reality to these strangers at the park. You ever had that happen? Okay, I'm over here at Harper's Ferry right now. It's a lovely spot for XP. Sort of. Sometimes it's mutants, you know? It's sort of like a roll of the dice. It's sort of like having a lima bean with your hot tomato. You never know. Usually it's, you know, it could be ghouls, scorched, or mutants, or a combination. You know? Just like the combination of different colors of cabbage used in the hot tomato. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Good morning, Josh. Did you have a good egg sandwich this morning? I saw you now. I was following you for a bit. I was following you and taking notes of your activities. Nice haircut, by the way. How's that guy wearing that blue jacket? At the bus stop? Remember that? We made eye contact for a second. But you just missed me. As some stranger. According to plan. I saw what you did, by the way. But I'm not going to talk about it. I'll talk about it, but I'm not going to talk about it. Okay? Let's just say. I'll keep my mouth shut for a price. You'll feel to. But I saw what you did with the egg sandwich. Gross. Offensive. Some cultures might deem it evil what you did. Actually evil. I'd say that there's a handful of religions that might consider it evil. I don't, but I don't know. Exactly. Blueberry muffin, that's what I meant. Did I say egg sandwich? I meant blueberry muffin. You see? I knew about it the whole time. Same thing. I got my colors crossed. I get it mixed up. These powers don't work all that well. I just know you had something to eat, and you did something wickedly awful with it. And that you recently did something with hair. And I want it to stop. Do you even know what blueberries are? Think about it. Just think about it. Do you support slave labor? Human trafficking? Do you know what country blueberries even come from? Think about the animal that they had to kill. Let's find out. Let's find out what animal had to die for you to enjoy your morning. Blueberries. Country of origin. North America. You killed bison and other animals. I guess it's a pretty common berry. You're off the hook this time. Who made blueberries? Who made blueberries? Oh my god. Oh my god. It was invented in 1911. Oh my god. The U.S. High Bush Blueberry Council. Oh my god. It's not even a real plant. 1916. 1893. Oh my god, the Illuminati made blueberries. See? They're not a real plant, and you shouldn't support it. You're supporting the, you know, the bad people. You should only eat stuff like rats and stuff. And beetles. Beetles are natural, earthworms are natural, you know. But everything else is all just a product of our capitalistic nature, and you shouldn't support it. Blueberries first. What do you do? Like cheese and milk, you monster. You support the imprisonment and slavery and torture of chickens and cows just to have a nice morning. I'm joking. Look. But seriously, the Illuminati invented blueberries. Just like they invented birds. Birds didn't really exist for a while, you know. Or I'd say, birds in urban environments are all invented by Big Brother to watch over people and communicate with their frequencies. But that's a different. It's the same thing. Blueberries, strawberries, probably, bananas. That or the aliens? Is Illuminati or the aliens? Which one is it? I don't know. But you're creating some new organism. For what? Because it's blue. But this one's blue. Okay. You think it's natural to have blue stuff? You think blue things are natural? You think blue jays are natural? You think peacocks are natural? I betcha peacocks were invented by humans in some dynasty a long time ago, but we forgot all about them. Humans have been around for a long time, and we know how to make stuff. We're really good at making things. Just by breeding. It's not through DNA manipulation, it's just through selective breeding. And you can make a peacock. Just to show how cool you are. I think tigers are also made by people. Tigers are made by people. Peacocks, maybe, you know, some other garbage, like a gorilla. I think that used to be some guard. Maybe elephants. I think elephants may have been bred. You know, maybe a giraffe. Made by people, including blueberries. Yes. You know? Peacocks. So just imagine. We make all kinds of garbage. Let's say that our civilization fails. Gets burnt to a crisp, kapow, humans crawl out of the ashes in 200 years, start from scratch, and then, you know, whatever, we have dark ages, and then another 1,000 years, 2,000 years later, we look at some rose bush and we think that darn thing is natural. Because you can trace its genetic line, but we made all of those things. We're gonna think that a corgi is a natural thing. A corgi is a natural darn thing. Yep, sure is. So is a greyhound. Doberman, all these natural animals running around. We did it with dogs. They did it with birds. A long time ago, like 100,000 years. Okay? Like pre-flim flam. You know? How about this? There has to be at least one common plant or animal that we see around and say, oh, look how beautiful that is. But we completely forgot that we made it. There has to be at least one. Of the list. Maybe even, you know, we understand how things work, but we don't understand how other things work. And for those things, maybe we made them. Just saying. Like blueberries. Like them blueberries, y'all. And good morning, everybody. Good morning, Cat. I saw you had those VR scars. Watch out, it'll blow out your eyeball. I was the victim of this a long time ago. You might get blown out eyeball. Blown out eyeballs. It's really bad. I'll show you a picture of it, but... Remember a long time ago, I used a program called Anyland, available on Steam, where you could make a three-dimensional world with you living in it. They give you a realm, and you can just build stuff, and you can kind of anchor it to your sensors and everything, so you could eventually map out your entire space. Many programs do this. Anyland does it very well, you know. And you can have all kinds of gizmos and gadgets and things work out for you. It's pretty cool. But in that program, I recreated my little area, you know, and I had everything in the right spot, like the bed and the wall and where my TV is and the furniture, so I could walk over and touch something, and it was all mapped out. It was wonderful. And I slept in there for a while, and I was trying to experiment to see if I could live my life up in there, and until my eyeball exploded because I was sleeping with it on. It gets comfortable for a while. I was using the HTC Vive, which is a larger, bulkier headset, and it's sort of comfortable on your face with a big old foam cushion, and it's sort of like sleeping with a helmet on. And it was comfy, and you know, I would leave for the bathroom and so forth, but that's just a blip in reality. You might as well be closing your eyes, you know. But my eyeball exploded. My eyeball exploded. Here, I'll type on the internet Gooboberti, right? On the internet, I'll type in Gooboberti VRI. Boom. Bam. Let's see here. Does it show my eyeball? Boom! 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 Yep! I think what happens is it starts to block. You have like some drainage going on, you know, around your face that needs to kind of clear up. You can't just have this thing on your face for a while. It starts to get worse and worse, and then I think the heat and the pressure, you know, making my eyeball water. No, I didn't seek medical attention. What are they gonna do? Cut a hole in it? Let me help you there. Phew, this is a problem. It could do this. In this percentage of our patients, it leads to these problems. Therefore, let's take some preventative action and cut your eyeball open. And put something in there. Let's put something in there, baby. Come back in 2 weeks. I'd rather roll the dice. You heal quite well, you know? You heal quite well when you just stop caring about things. I view it like this. Let's say you have like a bad shoulder. I know that this ain't literal and it's actually really bad advice. But let's say you have a bad shoulder or a bad knee, okay? And let's just say you think it's bad because it really, really hurts. all you gotta do is stop caring about it. And then poof, it goes away. Because of magic. Because let's just imagine we live in a universe where whatever you kind of think about happens. Okay, that's how the placebo effect works. And but how about whatever you believe occurs, but whatever you believe intimately, innately, deeply. So if I believe that the floor is over here, the wall's over there, because I'm looking at it with my eyeballs and my sensory inputs, it's going to be true. So if I look, so yep, there's walls over there. Yep, I'm still looking. I'm sitting down. Yep. These confirmations make you believe it's true, and then you're self-reinforced and you create more of now. So now is making you create more of it because you're looking at it. Okay? So your shoulder hurts.
Attention,
oh no.
Citizens. Nuclear strike
Right?
imminent. Please exit the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
Well, I'll say two extremes. One is you stop caring about your shoulder hurting, but you know that's going to hurt. It's only because you know it's going to hurt. You lift that box, but sometimes it doesn't hurt. How come sometimes it doesn't hurt and sometimes it does hurt? In this universe, it's because you're passively believing it hurts. Or whatever, or you're connected to some reality where it needs to hurt in order for something else to make sense. Just imagine you're connected to different past lines, not future lines, but different past lines. All that exists is now, and you're kind of rotating in here, okay? Imagine you are a pearl of light with inside of a wiffle ball. The wiffle ball has holes in it that align with other facets, you know? And then you rotate the ball, choosing different past lines that lead to different future lines. Okay? Just imagine this. There's many ways that this wheelbarrow could have appeared here. Someone could have brought it in from this way, that way. Who knows? The answers lie in the future. Okay? You have to look at the evidence. Okay, there's some wheel marks this way, but now I'm moving into the future to figure it out. The answers of discovery, of figuring out what happened in the past, lie in the future. You see? And all that really matters is right now. Is this guy made of rubber and stuffing and foam and latex? Or is he made of flesh? Flesh it is. I found out in the future. All that matters is you could have different possibilities that are confirmed through the act of inspection, through the act of will to figure it out, to read the answer, to look into a book, to find out an answer. But it's an act of will to confirm based upon a certain belief. Okay? It's in the future. So if you're chilling, you're like, yep, shoop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Sometimes you hit walls, but the wall, let's say you're doing just fine, boom, shoulder hurts, What's supposed to happen is you go, oh no, my shoulder's inflamed, I better stop using my shoulder. Oh no, my shoulder, I should go to the thing with the shoulder being bad. How did I hurt my shoulder? Oh, that's right. Oh, it must be bad. And then you start to think about, you put your mind into your shoulder, you start to analyze how the muscles and tendons work in the shoulder and how it must be torn and how you know how muscles work, so therefore the tendons must be strained, and you calculate math and science to figure out it must take 3 or 4 weeks of immobilization to, oh, I made it worse now, I made it worse, it's getting worse. You're just making it real because you're investing all of your magical mental will upon your darn shoulder and you're mapping out the inner workings. In reality, you need to be made out of foam. Out of one layer below the skin is ethereal light. It doesn't matter what's inside my hand, you know, because it doesn't exist. My hand is not cut open. It's made of ethereal, shimmering light. Okay? It doesn't matter. If you start saying I have bones in here and cartilage and flesh, and those things have lifespans. You know what I mean? Until confirmation, all of a sudden you get your hand caught in the buzzsaw. Oh, yep, there's bones in there. Oh, yeah. But what happens is you go, shroomp. All you gotta do is walk on over, wrap it up, and then keep walking around. All of a sudden you unwrap it and your fingers were never cut off. It's what happens. It's kind of weird. Like your fingers were never really cut off, or they could sew them right back on. But what's going to happen is it's going to be transparent to your consciousness that that thing even occurred because you put no energy into it. But in the case of eyelid or shoulder, You go there, and all of a sudden, they put you in a brace, and the brace confirms, or they put a little stint in there or something, and now it's a constant confirmation of that something is wrong with you. Something is wrong with you. You can't move on with the now and have it restored with having it be perfect. It's like, imagine you have this augmented reality saying, by the way, this thing is wrong with you. You never actually move on. You can't restore the magical cycle because you have this thing reminding you when you look in the mirror, you got this big old shoulder brace or like an eyeball patch with a big old stitching, and you're going, yep, I got to put this ointment on every 3. I don't believe in putting on Neosporin for a cut. It just heals. I think, even though that's not true according to science, it's not true. Of course, you got to wrap something up and put gauze on it and put the ointments and the salves and the pressure dressing and the other dressing and immobilize. Of course, you get shot in the shoulder, you got to do all kinds of stuff. But in my imaginary scenario, you get shot in the shoulder, you just have to, like, stop caring about it. Really, if you're in the middle of the jungle and some plane goes and you get shot, you just have to kind of like go in the river and like wash it off a little bit, but you don't do anything about it. I think you start to manifest a reality where, of course, it's going to get gangrene because you're thinking about it. Of course, there's no proof to what I'm saying because the proof exists in the future, and of course, you're going to validate it because you're creating it. And that's the problem with this little perception of the world. That's the problem because it's impossible to prove because the proof is created by you at the moment of inspection. I think if you go, like me going online to look up information, that is really me creating information on the spot because I looked it up on the, and I really do sort of believe that. Whenever I look something up about how something works, I think there's a small part of me that is inserting my own consciousness into that article, creating the words that you're reading or that I'm reading, you know? But anyways, back to killing bad guys. Hey there, Julie. Of course, you know. It's just rough. You're playing with the fates of reality. I know the Band-Aid and the Neosporin and all that stuff enhance the healing. I know how it works. I know exactly how it works. And that's the problem. It's just a problem. It's such a weird thing. It's such a horrible thing. I don't know, man. It's such a horrible thing. So let's say you're walking by this thing, you know, and you have to move the thing from the wall and clean behind it and clean all these things. Otherwise, the cobwebs will come, and the cobwebs just make your whole thing ruined. The cobwebs and the stains on the wall and the weird, horrible problems. So you take your time to restore things before they're broken. And under my little philosophy, restoring things before they're broken makes them bad. Sort of. Or, for example, you know, I know about first aid, army and everything. You have to do all kinds of stuff. You know? You know that if you have an open wound, it's going to fester, infection spread, and then you die. That's how it works. You have a big old cut in the arm. If you don't keep it clean, like the body heals fine if you keep it clean. That's all you gotta do. Keep it clean. Right? But reality's dirty. It's a problem. Reality's very dirty. And so let's say you get stabbed by a big old branch. Well, the branch was dirty. Now there's a bunch of garbage in your arm living, multiplying, festering. Right? You get stabbed, you get in a car accident, and there's all kinds of grime on the car. That grime is inside of you, so you have to first clean the wound, you know. Otherwise, you get some actual artifact, like a piece of stone or something in you. Now it's going to cause further problems, right? Under my little scenario, there's a certain level of control you have, but there's a certain level of control you don't have. You know what I mean? You don't have total control in my little scenario. You have partial control. It's sort of like an allegiance with the rest of reality. Sometimes you have to clean the wound. You know what I mean? But I think the response is to put no emotion into the actual act because it'll make it worse. Or if you imagine like a highway of different realities, and every point is a merger point of all other highways, you know, when the stick pierces your shoulder, there's a chance, well, that stick represents all possible potential sticks that are shaped roughly in that manner as confirmed by your senses. You know, and your senses could be wrong. That's the point. You could belong to the reality where your senses are wrong and a grimy, horrible stick didn't penetrate your shoulder. It was actually, it just hit it really hard. It never even went in. You know what I mean? Imagine thinking you got shot by the plane, but in reality it was just the ceiling tile hit you really hard in the shoulder. You know, you could belong to, it's like a quantum thing. You know? And at any point down the way, you can go left or right. So let's say that you really confirm it. Yep, my arm is open and there's blood coming out. And there's all kinds of metal shrapnel. And it's, oh, yep, it's real. Mm-hmm. So you go, I'll pull that out. That one stays. Okay? I'll keep it stabilized because, yeah, it's a problem. In one scenario, you should probably go to the hospital because, you know, you don't want to take things out of your arm because it's holding your little veins closed and everything. Okay? So it's a problem. So if you have a hospital, go to the hospital. But if you're on some island, you can't really do that. So what do? In the scenario where they tell you don't remove the horrible thing from your arm because you'll die, if you are on a deserted island, what do? Let's say that there's a fact that you can't remove it. It's like all the way through. I don't know. You might just want to ignore it and have your body grow around it. I think the best bet is just to ignore the thing and have your body incorporate that artifact into its body. It does quite well at that, I think. You know what I mean? Animals do it all the time. Animals do it all the time. They'll have like some net growing into their face or something like that, you know? You just gotta ignore it. And, you know? I'm sure you've seen the video of that sea turtle with the straw in its nose and they're trying to pull it out. They probably did way more. That turtle probably died. Yes, it's sad that it has a straw in its nose, but I think there's nothing you could do, maybe, to save that turtle's life. Imagine a baby sea turtle gets a straw in its nose all the way up and through, and now it grows up and now it's infused into the thing. Well, what are you going to do? Cut open the face, take out the straw, sew it back up, give it a ton of antibiotics, and so forth, and then it's going to die. Just let it have a weird straw in its face, you know? Let it have a weird straw in its face. I've seen many examples where I don't think they're doing the right thing. At a certain point, you just have to accept the fact that a barnacle is now part of that creature. I think it's gonna die. Yeah, some creatures are covered in horrible garbage and they take them all off and there's like big old open sores all over it. Well, geez. There's different ways. It just sucks. You have a barnacle on you now. That's part of your personality. I'm sorry. It's a symbiosis. It's just to make the viewer feel better. But yeah. This is part of my life now. I'm a stupid sea turtle and I got covered in barnacles. I should have been moving more often. Sort of like mind over matter. Well, it is mind over matter. Because your sensory inputs will tell you something. You know what I mean? But if you work through that, you could enter a new reality. Your sensory inputs want to keep you grounded to a certain fixed point in the multiverse. But your mind goes everywhere, and you're able to work with that. Like I said, we have limited control. We don't have total. It's not a total dream. It's like it's a partial dream, and it's really amazing how it all works. But there is there's a solid reality to it, and there's only a way it could. The math is involved, and fractals are involved, so things have to take a certain shape. And certain things have to exist. Like, I didn't make this game, but I sort of did. You know, I'm like, it's sort of like a Bethesda exists, sort of. But just imagine you wake up right now. It's like, well, that was a detailed dream. Hadn't you had a detailed dream before? Look, after you have a ton of really detailed dreams, then you could talk about it. Oh no, you got some detailed dreams with some detailed backstory and some garbage going on. Some companies, some products, some movies that were never invented, some books that no one wrote. You know, some buildings, some architecture, some car designs, all kinds of stuff that never even existed. And I have tried to do... One time in my memory, well, 2 times, I tried to inspect reality through a lucid dream. One time I walked down the hallway, I tried to... yeah, a couple things. And I realized you have a lot of your senses. Another time, I tried to go online, and I tried to look up things in a book. And I realized you can read. It's just weird. And you can tell the time, it's just weird. And you can see color, it's just kind of weird. You know? It's like the interpretation of that thing. It's really interesting. I've tried to go online. Try it sometime. If you can, go online and look up something you don't know. And then you tell me that's how reality works. Do it sometime. In your dream, all you gotta do is tie a string around your finger or something when you go to sleep, you know, and say, I'm dreaming. Okay? And then when you go to sleep, you'll look at the string finger, and you go, hold on a second. Oh no! All my plans, all my detailed plans for the day is all a lie. My point is, it's a really complicated structure how it all works. But in dreams, it's all you. It's all you in dreams. When you're awake, it's half you. Let's just say that you fill in the gaps. You don't control the larger scheme. You control the smaller scale. Okay? For example, you did not create the stadium in your city, but you sort of define where it is. It's roughly over there. And then the layout of the streets are completely randomized by you until you go down a random street. At that point, that random street is completely you. The major landmarks exist in reality. The general things. But even sort of the state of weather and certain other things, you know, certain things. The density of traffic created by you. But certain things are anchored in our consciousness. Those things that exist, sort of, including things created by other people. Well, that's just a thing. Well, the reason why I'm saying that certain things exist when you're awake is because there is seemingly... Because it just, for one, it just feels different than a dream. That's one. 2, just the very... it's always been a question, you know, a very horrifying question. Do other people beyond you exist? The answer is yes. It's a very pleasing feeling to know that. But the truth is, those people are also you, wrapped up in themselves. But the core you doesn't think. It's a complicated thing, but it's pleasing to know that those other people walking around, they are actually real people. But the scary thing is, they also have the power to generate reality with their consciousness. They're doing the same thing that you're doing, but they're doing it passively, subconsciously, which is easier to control at a mass scale. If you get people to believe certain things, it generates reality. And it gets really powerful to the point where it encroaches upon your little bubble. You can live in a bubble where, you know, Zimbabwe doesn't even exist. You know? Entire continents don't even exist in your continuum. You're like a little thing out there. But then, as things leak in, you start to get connected to this web of other minds, and now you belong to that sector of the multiverse. But it helps you accelerate because they have these anchorings to a grander scheme. You know? For example, imagine, I don't believe this, of course, but By the way, all the stars and galaxies are all computer graphics, and it's all fake. There's a big old baby face up there smiling at you. Ha! Boom. Done. It's like, well, okay. That's cool, but I thought that there was a bunch of stuff. Alright, cool. It doesn't really change you at all, just to know something. It's just knowledge. You're not there right now. Or if they say, by the way, there's a copy of yourself in Alpha Centauri having a bagel. Okay. Does that change anything about what you're doing right now? Nope. It's just a matter of perspective. All that matters are, you know, what are you doing in the current moment? Because you're in reality. You're in the third dimension. But you're in an instance of the third dimension. Because you could be here, or over there, over there, over there, over there. You could be wearing something else. You could be doing something else. You could be somebody else. And you are somebody else, and you are doing everything.
Lucky day. You won the Great Appalachian Sweepstakes, and this wonderful prize is yours.
You know. But it just feels like there's a continuity, and it kind of makes sense. I have like the logic mapped out behind it, that other people exist. It's a good feeling. But there is no technical way to confirm anything. Okay, technically, scientifically, there is no confirmation. Right? As is evidenced by the fact that you have people in your dream with personalities and background stories and seeming wills of their own, and you have things that are happening that you're not really controlling in your dream. You know? So, let me take it back. I don't think you create everything in your dream. Now, the reason against this, so let's just work through it, okay? First of all, there's theories talking about how dreams are used, or sleep is used to digest the information gathered during the day. As is evidenced because you look at the brain, you know, and the same parts of the brain that were influenced while awake are re-influenced in the same order at nighttime, and whatever. It's chewing through the information. So we know that it's chewing through your day's information. Okay? And then you have people that are in the business of interpreting dreams. And they say, oh, you had a blue hat, and there was an orange flim-flam over there, and there was a talking palm tree. Oh, that means that you are... And then there's a flood, and the rain was orange. There's red rain, and the grass was on fire. Oh, I know what that means. Okay, so they're in the business because we're pretty sure that we make dreams, right? We're under the premise that dreams are made by the brain. Okay? If you don't abide by that premise, then it opens up other possibilities. If you say dreams are made by the brain, therefore everything in the dream is interpretable. Well, I want to say that everything in reality is interpretable, just like a dream. Does that mean that you make reality? Everything can be interpreted in reality, relative to your own context. Yeah. Okay, so you have motivational speakers that say stuff like manifest it into your reality. So they're usually not speaking magical words. What they mean is, if you take these actions, stuff will come to you through natural processes, because it's just what happens in reality. So in a literal sense, everything I'm saying is true. I'm speaking more in a metaphysical sense, even though it's still sort of true. You know, in a literal sense, if you... So for example, if you ask a person to describe what they see, they're not describing every atom. Okay, they're saying car, telephone pole. Like, if you say, describe what you see, like an ink blot test, but you tell them to describe reality, they're picking and choosing things that are relevant to them. Right? and the order and the word selection, everything matters. So you can interpret reality like it's a dream, even though it's reality. It's because it's the things that gather your attention. That's how the brain works. You know what I mean? If you're a certain kind of person, you're going to see reality in a certain kind of way, even though it's the same reality. And you might even see things slightly differently, you know? Slightly, even though it's the same data being provided. It's like a Where's Waldo thing. You might just say, oh, there he is, or not. You might not see him at all. You know what I mean? For example, here's a good example. Here's a good example. An art student might go into okay, fine. An art student with zero mechanical knowledge might go into a garage with a bunch of tools laying around and say, oh, look at the composition. I like how this side's all gray and the black and the shadows and the flim-flam. They're looking at other weird patterns, and they're seeing how all the wrenches are kind of lined up in a weird order of size, and there's different charts and everything. And they're seeing that. They're seeing these weird, oh, look at the pattern and the light. Whereas the mechanic, they see all these tools. They're looking at all the tools, and they know exactly what each thing does. And they're even imagining each thing playing out in a tangent universe, okay? Whenever I see this truck, I know that my subconscious is having a field day imagining things happening in trucks. People riding in the back, crashing, driving that way. I'm walking this way, but my mind's still thinking about trucks, okay? Because trucks mean something to me. If I worked in construction, that corrugated metal might mean something to me as well, you know? It's all relative to the person, you know? So, in a literal sense, things I'm saying are sort of real. My point is that when people interpret dreams, they're acting like they made the dream. And I'm taking back that statement. Earlier I said that we make dreams, but we don't make reality. Maybe we don't make dreams. We experience dreams. We have a general sense of what's happening. But, who knows? It could be that you're traveling to a different dimension and that you're digesting the information using your frame of reference. You know what I mean? The brain encounters a bunch of sensory input, then you're choosing what to pay attention to, just like in reality. So therefore, there's no evidence that, in my opinion, that dreams are manifested by people. That you just experience a dream, that you go to a place. Perhaps. I mean, logically you think, well, there's no evidence that you go to a place. Well, you can't use other evidences to say that you're still here. Sort of. By saying, well, how else would you explain the fact that the person had a big old moon hat on and you just had your NASA exam? Well, how would you explain that in reality? That stuff happens in reality. You know what I mean? It's like we're picking and choosing what to pay attention to. Whenever there's a coincidence in a dream, we say, look, it wasn't a cool dream because that thing made sense. Whenever it happens in reality, we completely dismiss it. It happens all the time in reality. I'd say it happens at the same... It's just the frame of reference. It happens at the same frequency. I believe it probably does. If you played a dream like a movie, right? It's to the point where you have to have a dream interpreter to know what it meant. Okay? That's how little it coincides. Think about that. If dreams were really made by you, it would make sense. Sort of. But you have to go talk to some dude in some little building. What does my dream mean? They had the yellow Cadillac, and I was eating french fries, and then ketchup spilled on my shirt. That stuff happens in reality. Hey, Misty.
Hey, oh my god.
Yeah, see, there is that. So, let's say that because you have specific scenarios. So I'll say this: dreams have more specific scenarios. They get straight to the point. Reality has more fluff. Right? Sometimes horrible stuff happens, but dreams have more weird monsters and stuff, and the rules don't really apply as much. Okay, the rules don't apply as much in dreams. Right? You can fly sometimes. You're like floating. People have big old heads, you know? Right? Or if you have a movie about a monster in the woods, you might have a dream about a monster in the woods. Therefore, But I think reality is just slower about it. You might have a field trip to the woods and get attacked by a bear. But it happens like a week later because it's just stretching out. Imagine this, you hop onto the timeline where that occurs. It just takes a while for it to stretch out, you know? I was trying to flesh it out because before, you know, I was saying that we make dreams, we don't make reality, blah, blah, blah. But then I took it back as I was thinking about it, but now I'm going back to it. You know, that I'll just say we have more, either way, we have more control over our dream state like Neo than when we're awake, for whatever reason. Okay? We don't have as much control. You might even say we have zero control over our awake state. You don't control what happens out the window, you know, based upon how you feel, but you do in your dream. Why is that? That's the question. Why is that? You could say, because you're manufacturing it. That's one answer. But does that rule out manufacturing reality? If so, why? Because... you know what I mean? See, look, Nike Professor asked me if I was licking toads, and we had rad toads. Isn't that evidence? If this were a dream, obviously, you'd say, out of all the animals, out of all the enemies that could have existed, it just so happens to be toads. Case in point, Professor. Thank you so much for confirming what I'm saying. Oh, oh, oh. Ah, ah, ah. It's like saying, I'd be a monkey's uncle if you were trying to tell me that we influence reality with our thoughts. This just in. The DNA link to humans and chimpanzees is closer than you think. If that was the next headline on CNN News, you know, I'd be a monkey's uncle. This just in. You're probably a monkey. Hilarious. Hey there, cat. Hey there, skirt, skirt. Is that the sound of a car? Is that the sound of a car? You see? Look, it's a white rabbit. You see how that works? Duh. You think the game's listening and changing the code, the picture order? No. I'm accessing a reality of all the potential realities that happens to have that in the next picture order. Duh. Under my miscellaneous quest. Oh, the safe. There's a safe up there. Up here. I just never returned to it. It's up here, you know. I keep thinking about it. I should probably go back up there. It's in reference to the shelter thing or something. There was like a little quest line there. I just haven't done it. Hey there, Rusher. How's it going? I believe my eyeball won't blow up.
Attention, citizens. Nuclear strike imminent. Please exit the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
This is all in reference to talking about VR and whether or not your eyeball deserves to explode. I felt like reality was punishing me, like I was becoming one-eyed Odin man, you know what I mean? Like I was losing my eyeball because I was choosing to sacrifice my attachment to physical reality and the third dimension. Is what I felt like was happening. You know, so I was purposely not doing anything about the eyeball, and it got worse and worse and worse until I stopped my experiment, and then it got better. That's what we're talking about. One-eyed Odin man. Are we good now? Yeah. Yeah. So I think the main difference between dreams and reality, because in one you can kind of do stuff, other one you kind of can't. One reacts more towards your subconscious, other one doesn't. But there's still some sort of structure there. For example, even if you had a dream about being chased in the woods by a monster, there's still a structure to that story.
Should proceed to the coordinates we've
You know?
provided. That is all.
For example, if you truly made everything, you would only have a gray void of nothingness. Right? You would have a gray void of nothingness. Where are we? I want this to be the only quest. So, there's structure, therefore, you know, there's a reason for it. There's a reason. Okay? There's that factor. The second factor is, so let's say you had a dream about a scary monster chasing you. Well, that monster might be saying certain things, might be doing certain things, there might be certain things in the scenario that were not related to the movie that you just watched. It'd be a combination of your entire day, plus some other stuff. Because it's really feeding, I think it has full access to your subconscious. Whereas when you're awake, it doesn't have full access. Okay? When you're awake, you believe things to be real and to obey certain rules based upon your whole life. You know, and certain confirmations. Plus, it's a certain aspect of your brain and everything, you know? Clearly you have to sleep, and there's something happening. You don't have to wake up, oh, I gotta wake up, oh, I'm feeling so alert. No, you have to. For example, a dream doesn't end with you getting really sleepy. You know what I mean? A dream just ends, right? So clearly it's asymmetrical. Dreams and reality are asymmetrical in essence. You're awake, you get sleepy, you go to bed, and you have a dream. And then you wake up. Someone could wake you up, but they could also knock you out. How about that? Look, a person can essentially put you right into a dream. It's just a lot harder. In fact, well, no, actually you can be put right into a dream state even when your eyeballs are open, because it wasn't even really mean to be asleep or awake. You could achieve different brain states while being awake through hypnosis or through chemicals or whatever, you know? Whatever. So you could. It's just a lot harder. Because I think one's a third dimension and one's not. You know? I think the third dimension is like a thing. You know? But I think your placement in the third dimension is governed by you. But I think you are still tethering on the edge of that dimensional state while in a dream because you're going through some structure. You know? You don't really control the order of things. Just imagine there was a writer of a book. And they say, hey, you're writing a book, right? Just make sure it features demi-goblins and the woods and like a razor blade and a bunch of blood and the ocean and some sea lions, okay? And a yellow hat. Just make sure it features those things. But the story is still happening that you don't really govern. And then make sure it features like typing on a typewriter, stubbing your toe, and some of the garbage. Just imagine it's a color by number system, where reality is using you for the colors. You know? But it has more access to your overall palette when you're sleeping. Primarily based upon your belief of your power in that realm. Or whatever. Or vice versa. Let's say you could have that same power while you're awake to be like Neo, to float a car up in the air and have it spin and crush and fly that way and turn into an apple. You know? It's just really hard. But why is it so hard? It's really hard to do that sometimes when you're dreaming. Right? You can't always do that. Sometimes you want to do that. Make a car float up and turn into an apple and fly that way. Turn that whole building into a horse. You can't do it. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. But I think there's a context where you can. It's just harder. See, here's the thing. If you were to make the entire building into a single little horse, there's a way to make it work out, but it has to make sense. That's the thing. Reality has to make sense because the future is usually deconstructing some node in the present, you know. You're presented with something, and then you have to digest it. For example, something comes up, and you say, "Hi, what's your name? What do you do? Where are you from?" You're asking about its past. You know what I mean? You're generating the past. So things come up, you break them down, and you absorb their past, and you start to rail onto that tangent multiverse structure. If you want to view the multiverse like a structure, like a cloud of neighboring clouds and so forth, or whatever, a bunch of bubbles, you're in some other quadrant now. You belong to that universe as you inspect more and do things more involving that outside structure. You believe that this is real, so you start asking questions about where it came from, you start using it, you start to favorite it, you know, you start to replicate it. You belong to the propane fuel tank universe. Propane and propane accessories. That becomes your identity because you belong to that reality. And, you know, you didn't really generate the instant node. You might be governing the basic color and certain properties surrounding the propane fuel tank, but you're not really making the base archetypal structure of a propane fuel tank, whatever it means. A big heavy node made by humans used to fuel things to help them go, but it's dirty, you know. It has some weird underlying logical structure. But for you, it happens to be a propane fuel tank. For somebody else, it's a big old Galapagos tortoise. You know, used for food and for other... Just imagine something else that applies the same exact logical structure as something that you hold to be cherished. It could be something else. It's all the same thing. But I think there's every point, every blip of existence, there's a tug of war between you and the other side. You know, reality, other people, other things, seeking to gain control for how the next moment is going to play out. Therefore, if you go to the doctor about your eyeball, they're going to cut your eyeball out. Or whatever. Oh, Mike, the movie I'm talking about was Waking Life. It's called Waking Life. It's an animated or a rotoscoped animated thing. It features... It almost looks exactly like Scanner Darkly. That movie featured, I think, Keanu Reeves and Robert Downey Jr., but it's rotoscoped. And I think somebody else. But yeah, the Waking Life movie was a good thing. Sort of. It's not really a movie. I don't know. It's just someone hopping around talking to different people. Or rotoscoped. But I learned about a couple things involving lucid dreams from that movie. After watching that movie, I did that experiment where I tried to turn the lights on. So apparently electronics and other complicated systems don't work properly while you're dreaming. Right? It's like just imagine a really buggy, flawed matrix that you don't pay attention to. But when you're lucid dreaming, you're paying attention to the flaws, sort of, and then you have a little bit of control here and there to do whatever you want to do. And then you sort of break free from the system and you start flying around. and then you could really do whatever you want to do. But it's hard to. I think it's better to have a reality that you're not making and you're kind of having fun with it, versus just making whatever you want. You know? It's one thing to imagine yourself climbing a mountain, running from an animal, and saying, hold on, I'm dreaming. I have power over this creature. Stop, beast. I command you to stop, 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 stop. And you start flying. Oh my god, I'm dreaming. Whoa. And you start running fast, and the animals, and then you jump off the thing, but you're still playing within the rules of some other reality. There's that versus, hold on, I'm dreaming. Snap your fingers, everything becomes like the ocean, and you're jumping off a waterfall. You can completely change it. It's just really hard to. But I think it's all about what you think. You know, you're flying over the water, looking at some animals. You're not really making it. You're sort of telling your brain, please make random ocean scenery, please, with random coral reefs and random sea creatures, please. Thank you. You're not creating every single thing with your active mind, but you're making something. I think if you're making something with your active mind, it's kind of boring. Okay, so here's a question that in reference to what Kat just asked. If you have a premonition or a feeling or a hunch that something's about, like if you're predicting, you know, prophesizing the future, and the future plays out, did you create that thing? Was that feeling just the feeling of what it feels like to manifest reality? Or were you viewing the future? You know? Like the Matrix, like you're viewing the future. Ooh, I'm viewing the future. By looking at the present, I'm looking at the future. It's a little bit of both, you know? For example, if you have a deck of cards and a person is predicting what each card is, are they A, predicting the cards, or are they B, making it be whatever card they want it to be? Ace of Spades. Two of Diamonds. Three of Hearts. You know? You're a really good predictor. Huh? And here's the thing. If you... So let's just imagine that you had a person that could manifest whatever they want, and they had a deck of cards, and you had a GPS tracker on each card so that you know it was the same deck of cards, and that it really is that next card. You'd say, oh no, he's predicting it. It doesn't prove anything. Because you belong to that reality. Of course it's going to be there. Of course. Of course. Well, guess what? You don't know what... So, you don't know what card he's about to say. But he does. Okay? You know the card order. You know? And he just happens to say it. So it seems like he's predicting it. But he's making it. And if you tried to prove it by saying, look at the GPS coordinates of each card, that's not proving anything because you're accessing a different reality. Sort of, you know? The reality that has the order of cards 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, King, Ace, Queen. I want that reality now. Boom. Well, guess what? That reality has a past to it. And it's linked with this reality, with you sitting right there and the deck always being here. You know? So any attempt to prove something in that method doesn't work out. Because it's going to work out. It's going to, oh yeah, look, you tracked the card, good job, it's always been there. Yeah, because it's how it works. Things don't blip into existence, you know what I mean? For example, how would it make sense in another method? Let's say that you really are manifesting that next card to be the Ace of Spades. And what I said wasn't true. How would it make sense? How would it make sense for you to manifest a card without changing everything about reality from the Big Bang on?
Optical sensors
Or
calibrated
you have a quantum state where it could be, it's in a superposition of every potential card order, confirmed and collapsed with every card that's pulled. You know what I mean? Every card, and then it's based upon probabilities. It's probabilities, it's a potential card pool, and you're collapsing the what-ifs into known realities by saying stuff with your mouth, and someone looks at it with their eyeballs. It's the Schrodinger's cat scenario. But instead of one of 2 options, it's one of 52 different options because of all the cards, and you're just announcing it. You know, it's harder to look at this and say, and see the truth of it with just 2 states, with a coin flip. Is the cat alive or dead? Let's look and see. Every time that it happens to be real, you're a good predictor. Good predictor. It's actually dead. What if it's the ace of spades versus all the other cards? Or make it even more complex. Say some random 10-digit number. You know? And have you pull a marble from a bag. Well, guess what? The marble didn't just manifest in that spot. Entire reality manifested. It's not just the marble. You're making everything. You know? The bag didn't just shift because the marble moved. No, the marble was always there. You get it? The marble was always there. You can't bend the spoon because that's impossible, don't you see? The spoon's not real. You gotta bend yourself. You know? Alright, moving on. I'm taking over this workshop here. Yes. So it is a bit of both. Because like I said, you're not really creating all of reality. You're creating some of it. I'm just saying that it's impossible to tell the difference because of what I just mentioned. But because otherwise you're not really getting why, for example, why are you getting, so in reality I think it's this. You are detecting this system approaching your continuum. You know not what it is, but you fill in the gaps with your consciousness. Okay? A tiger's coming. In reality, it was a node of information that just happens to be manifested into a tiger. But here's the thing, you did not create that node of information. Get that one? You didn't create the node of information, you detected it and you made it into a mole rat. But something was coming. It could have been a mole rat, or it could have been a promotion, or a call coming. By the way, you got a promotion, or a tiger ate your face off. You know? But something's coming, and based upon your feeling and your perspective, you can make something out of that. So imagine you could use this in a civilization. You say, okay, this person is able to detect the future, meaning they can sense systems of nature brewing. Well, let's make sure that this person who has the power to detect the future, make sure that they're a happy person. Make sure they're really happy, because they'll make good things come. You know? So let's say you knew nothing of science, and one person can feel the season change. You want to make that person really happy and give them a good party. So therefore you'd have a feast. You know? A big feast like a Fastnacht or something, which would make them manifest a future state that is good. And then you say, hey there, elder, what do you see? I see good times. Everyone starts cheering because you... Everyone starts cheering, you know? I see a shadow upon this place. So in other words,
I just love songs.
you know?
Don't
You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Because something's happening. Like, either way, you could say, well, you made it. Well, you're sitting there and all of a sudden you get a premonition. Well, something happened. You're sitting there, all of a sudden, hold on. Something's happening. Giant blue teddy bears are going to attack the city. Well, you just made it giant blue teddy bears. It could have been hot tomatoes or something. We're being served hot tomatoes for lunch. But something is coming. You know? Just imagine you're looking at reality like a weird barcode with blips and blops and bleeps. And it's universal. You have this universal order to things, sort of, but then you apply that order upon a human's mind, and you'll see reality differently. It's like a different filter. Scrub, 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 scrub. But then you could change the order of this barcode based upon how that person accesses. They might see a new line and they move forward. Like you're here, move forward, and go back out. Or something. You accept reality, and then you make it better or worse based upon your own perspective. But reality comes in. But then you could, I think it's like a river. Clearly something's happening. It's like a river. It's like you're moving through some substrate. You know, it's like there's a stream and there's a bunch of rocks on the riverbed, and you're kind of moving and flowing. You don't govern the rocks, but you determine the nature of the rock. You know, imagine there's a fractal, and you're zooming out and you see this stream go up and through the rocks. Okay, you zoom in, and it's a complicated gear process where your stream is interlocking and interacting with each boulder as it goes up and over, and based upon your pattern, you can go this way. When you zoom out, it looks like it's just naturally going over, but in reality, every little molecule is encountering every little stone and every other molecule, and it's moving along a stream, and it's moving and moving and moving and moving and moving, you know? Perhaps the molecule or the particle is creating its own little perception system, which helps it vaguely adjust its path down this river by finding a route through the invisible boulders of logical reality. You know what I mean? But you don't really create the boulders, but you can kind of leap to different boulders and change the nature of the boulder to make it a good time or bad time. Based upon a good time or bad time, you might accelerate or move down or move up or get caught in a whirlpool or eddy of reality. You know what I mean? It's like that. It's like a fluid, weird substrate with different consistencies. You could be in a solid state, liquid state, air state, different modes and fluids of reality. You know? That you're just digesting with your conscious mind. Something like that. Know what I mean? So, in other words, there is a river, there is something out there. You're not really creating everything, but you are completely creating how you perceive and how you digest that information, which then changes the overall nature of the information. So then you end up changing reality through some complicated third-party process. But you could accelerate that based upon your practice or something. You know, based upon your nature and what you believe and all kinds of weird things. And then with that you have the dreams and reality and things and coincidences and whatever. And then over time you have some sort of glued reality where you have civilization, which does exist, sort of. But it's a hodgepodge reality. Like I said, the landmarks exist. Everything else is filled in by you. There is burrows and blocks and tons of people here and there, but those streets are just random gobbledygook. You know what I mean? Random streets filled with random buildings filled in by you. Until you hit something more popular. Now, you could belong to a reality where some random weird brand name has power. But in my dream, I had this weird brand name having power. It was called E-Spiritus. And a weird star thing, and everybody liked it. Well, let's just imagine that Coke and Pepsi and Nike and all these different powers are just labeling existing powers. Okay, they've labeled it, and they've taken control of certain aspects of the human mind by owning archetypes. The running shoe, the beverage that creates happiness, and then they label it, put a certain context on it, and as long as you obey the rules, you get more power. There's like a whole game here. Hence, Illuminati made blueberries. You get it? Full circle. Yeah, there's something going on, you know? Something layered on top of reality. For example, if you flip a coin 85 million times, you know scientifically, mathematically, physically, it can land on heads every single time. There's nothing stopping it. But you know, logically and experience-wise, and maybe humanly, and you know that it shouldn't and wouldn't. It'll be equal. But why is it equal? For example, if you flip a coin and it goes heads, 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 with each growing head, you feel uneasy, a encroaching unease, deeper and deeper and deeper, where you feel like there's something wrong. The coin must be weighted, the room must be angled or something. There's a magnet, I don't know, there's a fake coin. It's wrong. Because you feel like this growing need for it to be tails. It has to be tails. And then it becomes tails, you feel good all of a sudden. Oh yeah, look at it, it's tails, ooh. You know? But it happens. And you know that there's a reason why it has to be heads or tails, even though it's completely equal. Like let's just say that there's an imaginary probability that we never talk about. We never talk about the weird... This other probability, I don't know how to label it, but the imaginary one that ain't real. Like the ethereal probability. Just logic. You know? Yes. It's apples and oranges, but we got apples for the past 28 days. Someone's doing something. Now, there's a book called The Improbability Principle that talks about the odds of something happening. But it's kind of going against what I'm saying. It's saying like the opposite of what I'm saying. They're saying a person might feel like they're special because they got hit by lightning 3 times in a row. But the odds state that what are the odds of getting hit by lightning? What are the odds of getting hit 2 times in a row? What are the odds of getting hit 3 times in a row? The odds exist. It's like 1 in 56 million. If you have more than 56 million people, you're gonna have that happen. It has to happen. If it doesn't happen, something's wrong. You know what I mean? A person has to win the lottery 3 times in a row. It has to happen. Okay? Just like there has to be so according to that principle, there has to be an occasion where you flip, so what are the odds of flipping a quarter and having it land on heads 92 times in a row? The odds are out there. And if you have a large enough data set, you're going to have that. So let's just say the odds, so let's say that you flip a coin 92 trillion times, okay? What are the odds of, within that set, let's say that you have different iterations of flipping a coin 92 trillion times. What are the odds that any one of those iterations has an instance where you have 19 permutations or 19 iterations of flipping a coin and having it lit? If the odds are less than a certain number, it has to happen. But that's the weird magical one. That's the magical universe. It's just saying that every so often there has to be a weird magical universe where it's always heads. 100 times in a row. You know, if you flip a coin 92 quadrillion times, it has to land on heads 100 times in a row. You know what I mean? It has to. Hey there, Jim. What? On heads 100 times in a row. It's almost impossible. Okay, it's 1 in 10 million tosses. So, 10 million ain't bad. Okay, 10 million ain't bad. If the entire universe on every single planet that has ever been forged through physics flipped coins, it's going to happen. There's going to be a weird planet where they have only heads for a very long time. And they'll be the magical people. But we know that it's weird. It shouldn't be. So with every coin flip, you know that there's an increasing odds, like a magical, weird, impending doom odds that coin's going to become a tail. It has to become a tail. You're looking at it really, boom, it's heads. Well, I guess our universe is a lie. You know? Well, I guess our world is a big fat lie. Landed on darn heads every time. Okay, let's go over here. Yes, Misty. You're driving your car, all of a sudden, I should probably turn right. All of a sudden, clown. I think that's like some weird animal multiverse sense. Like that really is like a future sensing technology. So let's just imagine that. Imagine that you. Here, I'll show you a picture. Earth. Okay, here we go. I'll show you a picture here. Right here. So imagine it's like this. Imagine you, because I would like to imagine a certain symmetry in nature. Okay? I would like to imagine a certain symmetry in nature. Just imagine that this is the thing that you're looking at on the left, or the future thing, the future event. Okay? The future. This is you in the present. This is the past. That's the relative future. These are copies of you. Different instances of you. Imagine the way I'm interpreting this, each orb here, those are an infinite number of yous existing at different states of time, but they all interlock with you. And you're here, and then this is starting to get nudged, so you start to get this weird bleed over effect in the direction of time and space. So these versions of you are screaming to your past, saying, please, help us, help us, in their weird angelic language, because they're versions of you in the future. Help us, we're dying, no. We want to win, let us win. And, for example, these different lines are equaling left, right, front, center, different things that you do in the present, but they're connected with different future events. So then you make an adjustment in the present for things that you don't even know why, because you are this blob in the multiverse. I figured I'd use a picture of the solar wind to give that example, because things should be symmetrical across reality. Yes. Yes. So, let's get the corn and get the things. We're multitasking. Yeah, you know? Well, that's kind of how I feel whenever something bad happens in the game. I start giving a speech about, hell, you know, whatever. Ba 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 ba. You know? Sometimes a mistake leads to innovation. You know? Like, that was the time for that new reality to be born. Where all of a sudden, I don't have a perk, but I do have a different weapon, so I might as well use it. Then I like something, and then I start to, because I have more of one stat versus another, I start doing a bunch of other stuff. All of a sudden, one day later, I'm doing something completely different, and that becomes my new identity. I become a tomahawk thrower because of some weird potential mistake. You know what I mean? Potential mistake. It's sort of like in the movie Soul by Disney. This isn't really their message, but they're trying to say that you might be miserable because you think you're not doing your life's purpose. But who told you that was your life's purpose? Because someone told you that? Because you liked it one time and then you have some nostalgic lens on what the world means because you like this one thing? Therefore, you have to do that one thing? No, everything is wonderful. Everything is wonderful. From a half-eaten pizza, you know, thing to an old button, you know? Everything. Including the mistakes, because they're not really a mistake. As long as you're trying, as long as you kind of care, you know, and as long as you're not being evil about things, and as long as you act like that's what really matters. It is all that really matters, sort of. If things work out okay? If things work out. But we get all caught up in doubt and everything, and then we start to corrupt our creation. We put the failure condition inside the thing that we have created, because subconsciously we know that we can't do it. So then you create something with a hole in it. You say, yep, you see, I told you I couldn't do it. Look, there's a hole in it. Well, you did that, sort of. But if you go into it nice and steadily and happily, then there will be no hole, or the hole will be a feature. You're not going to say it's a hole. It's like, oh no, that's where the water drains up because you have to. For example, you have a cooler, there's a big hole at the bottom with a spigot. Whatever, that's not really to get the juice, that's to drain the water out. You can say, well, why would you put it so low? It needs to be higher. Like, no, it's to drain the water. It's for a purpose. Because if you don't have that, you'd have a pool of ice water, of dirty ice water. You know? Horrible, dirty ice water. But not all bugs are features, you know. But I like to think that they're the catalyst for features. With limitation promotes creativity. And if you're forced to do some workaround because something doesn't exist in your favorable method, then all of a sudden, you know, with reduced inventory capacity, you're forced to really care about what you pick up, forced to move stuff around, forced to stock things, get rid of things. You're forced to do all kinds of stuff that you wouldn't have to do. And in the process, you end up appreciating everything. You end up appreciating everything. Of course, in that context, allowing yourself to have more growth is nice in that context once you appreciate what growth really means. So it's good to have the limitation set, and then you gain freedom. Just like I recommend a person gets Fallout first after they experience the hardship of not having it for a while, because then they'll really enjoy it. Otherwise, you might want more right away. Right away. The longer you go without having the thing, or better yet, you give a person Fallout first, and then you take it away. At that point, they might say this game is terrible because they're forcing you to get the subscription to make the game playable. They might say the game is not playable without it, because that becomes their new standard. You know? The new standard for living is luxury, when it needs to be squalor. Somewhere in the middle. You need to be in luxury, but you have to really appreciate it. Otherwise, it's not luxurious enough. You say, yeah, well, that's not a real zebra hide in the ground. It could have been a real zebra hide, but that's so expensive. You know, the black market, after all. You know, that piano could be made of real elephant tusk ivory. It's so expensive. It's so rare. Here's a secret. It's made out of human bone. Shh. You know? It's something to push the limit of what valuable really means. The second you get a yacht, the second you could afford a yacht, you're looking at better yachts. You know? The second you get yourself a yacht, you're saying, well, because now you don't live in a vacuum, you live around other people. And they have yachts as well. You know? Everybody has yachts. If your purpose to have a yacht, so if you're treating a yacht like a status symbol, you'll never ever be happy. But if you're treating it as a means to go out to sea and fish, then you'll be really happy. No, I have the yacht to carry my little ski-doo, and I have parties. I have a barbecue in the back. It's great. You're not trying to say I have the biggest parties around. It's not going to be the biggest party around until, you know, you just want to be able to have a party and drink on the ocean and fish some big old sailfish and have a nice time. So you have a yacht. You're not having a, you know. But then, if you get the mega yacht, you can afford to have space for 4 ski-doos for your friends. It's a great time, but you have to pick and choose which friends to bring. In the end, they all get mad at you because you can't bring them all. And you've had to bring the same group 3 times in a row, and now your friends really hate you because they think you're being really selective with your gifts. You know, it ends up being miserable because you don't have enough room for all your friends that you're suddenly making. So you want a bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger boat. You know, to spread the joy.
Not to pry, but you got some mighty fine things.
What's better than having yourself a little, 1 second. What's better than having yourself a little nice meal? Putting on a grand feast every night for the town with music and merriment, where food is just part of it. You know what I mean? That's better than having a little meal. You know what I mean? Feeding the whole community with a big old crazy fireworks and everything. But that's expensive and it takes time. A lot of work. It mutates. It becomes all of your mental energy just to maintain.
I just love songs. Don't you?
Okay, let's repair my weaponry and my armor. Okay? We'll go back out there and do our thing. I'm sorry about all these life lessons I'm giving ya, but we got on the subject, and I figure I might as well be honest. Oh, Michael. Oh, Michael. I'm sorry to crack your shell. With the back of my spoon. The back of my crazy old spoon. I'm gonna make some ammo while I'm here. Okay. Hey, it applies. It completely applies to the game. Everything I just said. Here, I'll give myself Ammo Smith again because I kind of got rid of it. I got rid of it. We have to have these moments every so often so you understand my perspective when it comes to video games and cheating. Yeah. It applies here as well. It applies here more than anywhere else. You know? So this is La La Land that we're in. We're playing a video game here. We're just playing a video game, you know? Sort of La La Land is not real, essentially, even though it is real. It's real for me. You know, because it's like what I do. It applies. There's skills that cross over between video games and reality. I think the term video game is stigmatized. The word simulation is a lot more fitting. Simulations. If you said this person does nothing but simulations of different tasks all day long, that's kind of weird. All they do, you know, in the early 20th century, in the early 21st century, humans were obsessed with going through simulations of different tasks. At first, it was bouncing a ball back and forth. Then it became jumping on things, different scenarios, different what-if scenarios, different tangible scenarios. Just a bunch of simulations, which of course links with reality. Of course. You know. Make some arrows. Con pollo. There we go. What's going on with this stupid turret? This guy a bad guy? Are you a bad guy? The synth. The synth, I say. The synth. Okay, I'm gonna sell all my meat. This guy needs to leave my darn town. I'll sell all the garbage, all the pre-war food. It's okay. Sometimes I keep the stuff.
Hello.
In a couple days, I won't have to do anything weird. It'll be just fine. Be just fine. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I hold back my philosophical view of reality. Sometimes I don't. I'll buy some Nuka-Cola while I'm here. I like to spend my money, you know. I like to spend my money. Well, this person's selling a couple serums. It's kind of weird. For a random vendor out here in the middle of nowhere, selling a few carnivore serums, chameleon serum,
Time to make a fresh
herbivore.
pot of sweet potato stew.
Maybe somebody else sold it to the vendor at my camp. Perhaps. Maybe. I'll buy the bulk oil though. All right. Okay. Let me sell a few more items. I'll sell whatever I just picked up for default price to get people to come to my camp.
I just love songs, don't you?
Oh yeah. Okay, we're all good to go. I wish this guy would leave my camp. I wish he would leave my camp. There we go. Done and a done.
I'm always looking for a good trading partner.
Oh yes, one more thing I wish to do. 332. I currently have on the high capacity backpack, yes. I'm gonna make a bunch of tomahawks. That'll be fun. That'll be fun. I just wanna see how much it's gonna encumber me. You know? Hey there, Greg. See, if I just throw that turret, will it still shoot?
I wonder if mutations change your food preferences. Not that I just want to find out personally.
Stop it. Oh, I just had to say stop it. Okay. Well, there you go. Alright, we're about to go back out there and get our thing. Hot and ready like Domino's, Little Caesars. .org. I currently weigh 385, that's fine. Let's make sure we equip the tomahawk. 96. Okay, this guy is fired. You're fired. Alright, we're done. There, we had a good little talk about the world. I'm not going to do it again for a while. I do it every so often. I do it every so often. I got nice and deep and flim-flammy, and we discovered things in the process. I never made the analogy of the Earth's magnetic field encountering solar waves before, but that makes perfect sense to me about why you'd be able to perceive the future, because copies of yourself in the future are overlapping with the present, you know, in the multiverse. You're shelled in a way. I've had different notions of trying to describe the multiverse, like this background here. You see how you have this background here? You have individual nodes, but then you have groups of nodes. It's very much like a fractal, you know, like that. And then imagine you have one. Imagine picking up one of these little things, and they're attached to all their neighbors in like a teardrop shape. And the more you pull out, the more of reality kind of sucks up with it, like it's like that, you know. And that works very well with the whole. If you're in the direction of time, I wasn't thinking about the direction of time being involved. It causes a bleed through. Ploum, you know. I've always had my model depicted without time.
Collecting fun is what
So that's a good improvement there.
I find party supplies for you.
I mean, Because I think the large scale should match the lower scale. So whatever physical properties exist here, like you burn something and catches on fire, turns to smoke, or, you know, how things work, you know, you nudge something, physics and everything, fluid dynamics, you know, thermodynamics, simple math, simple things. And then because nature is natural, you should see patterns on the small scale match the large scale. Like how erosion works should look very similar to how some sort of magnetic cloud in space deteriorates.
Everyone
It should look
understands
exactly the same.
language of dread.
Like erosion from a
Even
cliff
supermutants.
or something. It should be all the same.
Hear it above all.
Including how Earth's magnetic field reacts to the sun.
Optical sensors calibrated for detection of sparkles.
So here we are in the game. You say? Yeah. I have this whole roundabout rotation with a bunch of these workshops. I didn't take them all over because other people took over some as well. But we did enough as we're talking. Look, sometimes I gotta talk about something. If you ask a question about the game, I'm happy to answer it. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Collecting fun is what I do. I find party supplies for you.
All right. It's time for iteration number 2. Craft legendaries with modules. Sell to NPC vendors. Daily quests.
yeah.
Workshop conquest at Lucky Hole Mine. Power plants. Farm fusion cores. Before I walk away for my coffee, yeah, my build. I'm using the shotgun now here because I'm using the skeet shooter and enforcer. You see, skeet shooter for the tighter shot group, enforcer for crippling. And then I'm now able to use adrenaline, which was sort of like my stopping point, because sometimes the shotgun ain't as powerful as I need it to be, but with adrenaline, it makes it where I don't have to have the full column of fire on their leg. It makes it where I can kind of get them, and they'll die from further away. Concentrated fire. Basically, that's it. Just being able to introduce the Gauss shotgun again, which lets me shoot things. And then I'm using this from time to time, just for fun. As long as we tolerate being weaker, because I would like to eventually reincorporate stabilized again to have my power armor. But that's why I'm bombing. So once I get more violet flux, I'll be able to create that new vertibird jetpack for my power armor. T65, and then I'll reincorporate power armor more often. Whenever it comes time to shoot some sort of big boss, I could quickly jump in my armor and then use stabilize to really grind it down to nothing, and then hop out or something like that. But I want that option because I don't really feel completely comfortable shooting some sort of big target with this. I feel comfortable shooting smaller targets with this, or just for like an effect, or just to demonstrate. But it's not the most powerful unless you have stabilized at the very least. So, and then with my legendary perks here, I swapped them all out, and for a second I took away collateral damage and hack and slash, and I had just exploding palm. And then for a second I took away all of these perks here, and then I gave them back to myself after doing some exploration. But now I'm able to use, because I'm using adrenaline, I'm able to use tomahawks. Now, in addition, if I really wanted to get some nice tomahawk damage going on, I could use Covert Operative. I'm pretty sure your ranged sneak attacks deal more damage. So, a tomahawk happens to be a ranged attack, and it happens to be a sneak attack. But it's not all that important. Okay, here we go. Is it cheating to capture workshops on a private server? No. At first I thought it might be, but no, because you're not getting the benefit from a team. You're not getting the extra XP from being in a team. Things should be essentially harder. So it might even be considered harder on a private, because it might be considered harder because you don't have you can't trade with other people, and you know, the public events might be less doable perhaps, and you're not going to be doing bombs with other people. And because there's less of a frequency of bobbleheads and magazines and fusion cores and other effects like that, I think it's about balanced. You know? You're able to have a nice time with the workshops and everything, and you're doing it without the threat of being conquered. But because the workshops don't give you a ton of supplies, it's kind of balanced. And because the XP gain is sort of relative to doing something else, you know, it's sort of like a passive XP system that you have on top of doing something else. But if you did something else, you'd have just as much XP or maybe even more. It's just a very nice supplement. But because of all those factors, it's about okay.
Found some recipes at a place called
You know,
Toxic
if the game provided some sort of rare, if the game gave you gold bullion for conquering a workshop, and it's really hard on a public server because no one could hold on to it, you know, but on a private server it's really easy, then it might be considered exploitive. You might want to feel bad. But because it's sort of balanced, you get like, you know, 14 lead here, blah blah lead there, flim flam 40 something here, 10, you know, or there, and then you get your food and of course the collectron. Because of all that, it requires work and materials and time, then it's kind of balanced. And in fact, because you're doing it more on a private server than a public server because you might be afraid, it's even more balanced because now you're spending more resources and spending more time doing base building, which in the end is good because you're base building. You know? So I think it's balanced. Alright. So I'll be right back. Craft legendaries with modules. Sell to NPC vendors. Daily quests. Workshop conquest. Lucky hole mine. Power plants. Farm fusion cores. Public events. XP run. Toxic goo harvest. Rebuild camp. Move camp. Repair armor. Repair weapons. Craft ammo. Lift weights. Sleep. Play music. Stock refrigerators. Stock vendors. Transfer items between characters. Bury Mentat run. Dump caps at vendor if over 20,000. U.S. requisition holotape. Garahan building farm. Reputation root farm. Iron or South Ash heap. Multiply crops at workshop. Purified water at workshop. Tanagra Town crickets. Faction dailies. Spend gold. Razorgrain flower farm. Scorch beast farm. Grafton monster farm. Sheep squatch farm. Convert ammo at the ammo converter. Deepflow farm. Snalligaster farm. Tarberry farm. Flatwood silt beam. Check keyword status. Nuke Findingo Colossus for a cursed weapon. Sugar run. Nuka-Cola farm. Concrete. Laid at monorail. Abandoned bog town secret floor. Farm mole miners for aluminum. Top of the world aluminum farm. Ski poles. Enclave code piece. Keycard search. Somerville Bookhouse. Watoga High School plastic farm. Chem farm. Enclave events. Wood farm. Dogwood farm. Smelt ore. Smelt spoiled vegetables and fruit. Cook food close to spoiling. Mirelurk Egg Farm. Mothman Egg Farm. Nuka-Cola Factory Farm. Sunshine Well Farm. Daily Ops. Get a high bounty by picking locks. Lure player to camp with a high bounty to force vendor transactions. Hunt down wanted players. Honey Farm. Convert perks into coins. Purchase lunchboxes with gold. Harvest flux from a legitimate nuke. Purchase gold with treasury notes. Purchase gold with caps from Smiling. Stock Nuka-Cola vending machine. Candy bowl and punch bowl. Refine camp and workshop blueprints.
I just love songs. Don't you?
Craft legendaries with modules. Sell to NPC vendors. Daily quests. Workshop conquest. Lucky hole mine. Power plants. Farm fusion cores. Public events. XP run. Toxic goo harvest. Rebuild camp. Move camp. Repair armor. Repair weapons. Craft ammo. Lift weights. Sleep. Play music. Stock refrigerators. Stock vendors. Transfer items between characters. Bury Mentat run. Dump caps at vendor if over 20,000. U.S. Requisition Holotape, Gitterhand Building Farm, Reputation Root Farm, Iron or South Ash Heap, Multiply Crops at Workshop, Purified Water at Workshop, Tanagra Town Crickets, Faction Dailies, Spend Gold, Razorgrain Flower Farm, Scorch Beast Farm, Grafton Monster Farm, Sheep Squatch Farm, Convert Ammo at the Ammo Converter, Deathglow Farm, Snalligaster Farm, Tarberry Farm, Flatwood Silk Beam, check keyword status, Leechman.
I just love songs.
Hello.
Hamburger? I'm not sure that recipe can be rescued.
So let's resume. What is happening over here? That vendor was still around in the bushes. Okay, so I have some food here. Cranberry relish is about to rot on me. I don't have any brain fungus or brain bombs or anything, but I can get it in just a heartbeat. About to go back out there into the wild world. You know, the wild world. Kind of far away. I guess we could start here. I'll start here, okay? And then I'll run right on down to get the brain fungus from the tunnel under the road. Gotta be careful here. So I'm not gonna use lunch boxes right now. I'm just gonna be, you know, using my cranberry relish and brain bombs or brain fungus. But no lunch boxes. I like to blow their leg off.
Initiate scan for fattening. Sugary trees of your life.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. How am I looking? I have a lot of rage green flour. I still have some candy on me. The Monster Mash event really is sort of annoying and takes a very long time. It pays off. It does, but it's annoying. Annoying meaning it's just it's so long and it's running around in the same building. It's a nice building, but you know, and the screaming, all the screaming, so frequent, so loud. Okay, that's enough. I would love to have a mobile camp, you know. That's what my last camp sort of was, but then it starts to mutate. Or my current camp. I like to move my camp. It would be cool if you could have a version of Fallout 76. Okay, so the only way that I would ever accept a single player Fallout 76 is if you could build anywhere. If there is zero restriction for where you can build, and it's just about how much your computer can handle. But then people will complain about how glitchy the game is because they have so much garbage built everywhere. You know? If they took away that restriction, it might run poorly because there's too many objects within line of sight. Or something. You know? Okay. Exactly. It's sort of annoying. It just goes on forever. I can kind of block it out, but just because I'm blocking it out doesn't mean that somebody else is blocking out. It helps when I'm talking over it, of course. But, you might even forget about it. But somebody just joining the stream might be really confused about the screams. The screams! But like I said, people, I'm going to try to avoid using the lunch boxes for the most part. Pretty cool spot. This is a mutated sundew grove. Sundew groves are sort of like in the same family of flora as a pitcher plant. It's a carnivorous creature, or a carnivorous plant. They're normally very small and they're sticky. The creatures get stuck on them and get all digested up. They're like an inside-out Venus flytrap. It's horrible. Horrible. It'd be cool if, you know, a bunch of bloatflies were stuck in them. You know? A bunch of stingwings and bloatflies were caught up in them. By the way, we're going up north. And we are clearing out the workshop. I'm not using my lunch boxes. But we will be leveling up because it's sort of like I'm using lunch boxes. Yeah. So in the world of gaming, I heard word that Diablo 2 Remastered is coming out. Diablo 4, maybe. Ain't that. And there's a bunch of new shows. No! Oh my god, I was all hammed up. And there's a bunch of new shows coming out. I got caught up on the guy, and that other dude was able to shoot me for more than 2 seconds. For Disney Plus, a bunch of Marvel shows. And that's cool. Okay, event completion, blah blah blah. Big old dollop of XP, how much? How much? 3,000, 4,000, 2,000, 3,000. Move!
Time to die!
So I really have to get them before they even notice me. And the skill comes into play is figuring out how to stitch a line together to get them before they even shoot you a couple times. And of course you have to do enough damage to kill them. But you know I have this adrenaline effect here. Starts compiling damage over time. Could be real careful. I could try to go straight up the road without fast traveling. Yeah, I could try that a little bit. And maybe I could try to fight the Scorch Beast. I could try that. I have to start doing that more often. You see, I think it's more efficient and better overall to be an herbivore, but I think it's more honorable to be a carnivore. Because you have to kill a bunch of creatures to give you certain buffs. You know? Versus having a farm or something. Oh, good job with your farm. And knowing what to make versus, oh, you have the ingredients? How'd you get all those Scorch Beast brains? You have a nice route? That's cool, that's cool. You know, it involves being forced to kill a bunch of Yagwai, or a bunch of Angler, a bunch of, you know, different creatures. Mutant hounds, you have to, or glowing creatures in general. Stingwings, for the stingwing fillet. On a regular basis, you have to kill a bunch of different creatures. A bunch of the creatures come to you during the workshop defense events. Like right now we have this defense event with these anglers coming. So there you go, poached angler, if I was a carnivore.
Donuts not found. Error.
Wherever they might be. Over here on the periphery somewhere. We'll find them. Oh, we'll find them. Whoa. Found them. These guys are kind of rough, so I have to increase my life levels. Just a touch. I like to shoot their leg off. Isn't it beautiful? What's wrong with you? Are you injured, buddy? Are you injured, buddy? Oh yeah. I might as well build the resources up, huh? It's nice to play the actual game where I'm not focused on one deliberate action for a while, but I know that for you long-term viewers, you get to see the entire process. Short-termers only see one part of the entire spectrum. You know. But I know that certain things have to occur. And by golly, I'm brave enough, strong enough. By golly crumb. Don't mind me, I'm just doing my thing. Ah! That scared the flim flam out of me. I gotta change my diaper now. Oh boy. Oh, baby. You're breaking me down. The legendaries will heal through your limb breaking, you know? That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. I guess there's a reason why I wasn't punching him. Clean up. Code Brown. Hey, that's Tootsie Roll. That's Tootsie. Here, I'll just get him. I'll just get him. Enough of this playing around garbage. Enough of this playing around garbage, baby. Get ready. This summer. Boom, boom, boom. With a boom and a boom and a boom and a boodle doom. Boom, boom, with a boom, boom. Doom. We're getting this place online, baby. Don't you understand that a well-built workshop will increase your survivability? I don't trust that person. I recognize names. I recognize names. Not gonna get caught up in your schemes. Yep. I don't want to recognize your name. Step 1, I recognize the name. Step 2, they're using the devil icon. Step 3, they showed up at my workshop. Step 4, they would have walked over, waved at me, they would have left the team, and killed me. Or they would have started deleting everything because they're on my team. You have that power, you know. start building a bunch of garbage, and then kill me. I ain't gonna trust you. I ain't gonna trust you. Peter Dinklage. You ain't stabbing me, pal. You ain't walking over here with those legs. You ain't walking over in this angle. That's right. That is not what's happening. Pow, pow, pow. We're wheels. I never had a power wheel growing up. I never even got to drive one. I had them at the toy store. You get inside and you imagine, like the commercials. Kawasaki Ninjas rule. You got the things. They had some power behind them. Kids down the street had them. Can you believe it? Uh-huh. Oh. Well, that's a weird one. I wasn't using the right shotgun. No wonder. Yeah. There's all kinds of technology behind power wheels. Every so often I'll see some video on YouTube. It's like, well, they're basically little ATVs. You know? Little ATVs. They probably have fully electric power wheels. Ooh. Like silent. Well, wait, aren't they all... What am I talking about? They're electric, aren't they? They're not gas powered. Aren't they electric? That's the whole point of them, right? One day they'll have fully electric power wheels. They are electric. That's why they suck. Isn't that the whole problem?
Cannot escape me.
Yeah, I think they're electric. It's a big old battery to charge, though. A big old battery. It is just a kid, though. I don't know. I don't know. I vaguely... More hiding from you. Pow, pow, poom. Pow, pow, poom. Pow, pow, zoom. And a zoom. Yeah, that's right, pal. One more time. Good old tomahawk, baby. Yeah, battery, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. They are electric. They've always been electric. But they suck, though. Yeah, they use a big old horrible battery. They don't use them Elon Musk batteries. You know? Isn't it just like a bunch of laptop batteries glued together or something? Yeah, a bunch of lithium batteries all flim-flammed up in a box. We call these the power cells. A bunch of batteries. Yes. Would you agree to have robotic insects of all sizes comb over the planet to, oh no, to sort through the trash? You know? Just imagine a bunch of robotic crabs that are going through, sorting things, breaking stuff down by eating things. It's like eating and tearing apart small strips of whatever selectively, you know? And it's eating it and breaking it down to a little small pulp, like how creatures do. But it's very selective, and it's able to get... You get the blue plastic, you get the weird aluminum, you get gold flakes, and it's breaking through things and crimping them and cramping them and crimping them. And then they have small tick-sized things for the microplastics in the dirt, and they're sifting through the dirt to get microplastics and heavy metals. And they're everywhere. And you know, can you imagine that? Yep. And then, with a certain political act of some certain year in the future, what's going to happen is we will agree to surrender all of our stuff. And then, but it'll be selective. They'll say, now the bots are targeting titanium. You might notice some heavy infestation in your home. Don't mind them. They're just going through, clipping things and selecting things. Or whatever. Right? You know, I can imagine it. At least the landfill ocean. A bunch of robotic weird crabfish swimming around the ocean. Or like robotic whales that selectively filter out plankton and so forth from microplastics. Like a big old baleen looking horrible gigantic whale. You know? I can imagine that. Oh no! Contested, no! I do recognize these. Why is it contested? What? Alright. Because I have 90 tomahawks. I was really just trying to build a bunch of tomahawks to see how many I can carry before I become over-encumbered. You know? I don't trust these names on this map. Oh no. See that? You can't trust it these days. You can't trust these things. You have a random person with a darn bounty on their head. All kinds of garbage. Oh yes. Let's go talk to Boomer. I'm gonna go knock out a couple tasks here. Yeah. So I ordered some mint Kit Kats, like I mentioned, and they'll be here today. Isn't that exciting? Mint flavored Kit Kats. Combination of flim and flam. Dark chocolate mint Kit Kats.
Hardware. Greetings, able-bodied citizen. Under law enforcement. It is information.
Show me the bombs. Show me the bombs.
Status report. Suspect unknown. Potential affiliation.
It's always fun doing this.
States, Watoga Saboteur. Communist Party. Sympathizer.
I would like to build up some workshops in the background, you know. But then for whatever reason I have to leave. I leave whenever a person starts taking over my workshops, or if I start to recognize a bunch of names on the map. You know. Alright, and hopefully I'll get these code pieces. So in reality, I need to focus on collecting code pieces if I plan to bomb. That needs to be my little task here. Holy Mothman. Oh, yeah. Blow up, yeah, baby. Feel the burn. Yeah. Man, this weapon is so buggy. So buggy. Alrighty. You're eating one of those chocolate oranges? I see. Always got to make sure it's not contested. I knocked upon this door. Lovely. He's super old. That's right. Okay. Put down my flim flam at the very least, you know. See, I find that having a blueprint with the Collectron already in there is a bad thing. One, the Collectron takes up a lot of the blueprint budget. Two, whenever you place down your blueprint with a Collectron in it, the Collectron tends to spin and rotate. And then, once in a blue moon, it rotates in a position that can't be placed, is what I sort of realize. And that's sort of the problem with certain blueprints, is the Collectron sometimes. I'll find it where, in my old building where I had it right in the middle, it'll be completely rotated 90 degrees from where I originally placed it, you know? And then there's like no room in there, and I wonder, and then sometimes it just can't be placed. So, if you have the space for it, and then you put down the Collectron afterwards, it only takes a second. I figure it's better than already having the thing with the Collectron in there. Yeah, there should be some sort of, I agree, Mike, that there should be some sort of controls involving the players on your team. What do we have right now? We have... Well, we do. Well, you do. You have, like, you can teleport to the player via the menu. For a second, I thought they didn't have that. Feature. You can always fast travel to them via their name in the social menu. Because if they didn't have that, I would say that would help. But they do. It would be nice though if in this menu it showed a little mini map popped out and it showed where they were on the map, you know, or it had a brief description of where they were. Watoga High School, Monster Mash event, or whatever. Currently, Morgantown area. Currently inside of the high school. That would be nice. Or maybe even an action log. Wouldn't that be cool? Like, some games have an action log where it shows every last thing that happens. A lot of games have that. It'd be cool if you saw like a team action log. Even down to the individual things that were looted. But let's just say you could put filters. Looted wrench, looted tape. And then you could have menus of where it was in this building. I know that's asking a lot. But, for example, you look at the list and say, oh wow, they're looting a bunch of aluminum. Where was it? You click the drop downs and you see exactly where they got the aluminum from. Produced this. Crafted this. At camp. You know? At survival camp. Coordinates blah blah blah. Teleport now? Currently crafting. In Fortnite Save the World, you would get this overall team bonus because you're in a team. Whenever people on your team or you built anything, destroyed anything, crafted anything. So if one person sits there and makes 85 assault rifles, you'll get more overall XP. So you can have something like that where your whole team is getting benefit based upon, you know, a short... Wouldn't that be cool? If you gain just a small percentage from what everybody else is doing? You get that from time to time with like whenever your teammate completes a quest, you get like some caps. And we get the shared bonus, but it'd be cool, you know. Something. So of course, a little bit of XP, perhaps. Some team score. Like, let's say that you can make it a universal team score. Okay? Just make it some team XP. And then it activates different tiers. That, or... how about if you kill a creature, you get some universal creature essence. Split off with the group. If you loot something, you get some material essence, you know? You get these essences based upon what you're doing. Okay? So if I kill a robot, you get some sort of robotic essence. If I kill a creature, you get some creature essence. If I loot a plant, you get some sort of flora essence, and so on. If I every time I loot something, every time I loot a body, every time I get a legendary, you get legendary essence. Every time you complete a quest, you get, you know, world renown essence, you know, world renown essence or some garbage that builds up over time and never stops growing. You know, that means that no matter what you did, you're somehow helping. You get crafting essence, which then helps out. Let's say that you need some sort of huge amount of crafting essence to craft some legendary garbage. So that requires you to be on a team crafting a whole lot, or being on a team that is crafting for whatever purpose. You know what I mean? Over time, you right? So here we are. Yeah. It'd be nice to get some sort of bonus. And of course, it could scale out the way I described, but that's just asking for a bit more. As base essence, you get some XP, or you can get a universal team score, or you can get individual scores based upon what you're doing. You can keep it rough like that. Only because it wouldn't make as much sense where if I loot a gulper, you get 0.1 gulper pieces. I don't like that. That's too specific, you know? I'd rather have it where if I kill creatures, you get creature garbage. Universal creature garbage. Or something. Oh, we're having a hard time. We're having a hard time. Alright, let's get these bombs. Have to be careful about looting here.
Ready to die for your
Identify yourself.
Alrighty. Hey, catch you later, Misty. Do I get matchmakers in the US? Is that candy or something? Is that candy or chocolate or something? I haven't heard of it, so the answer might be no. If you're asking if they're a US product. Matchmakers. Is it like a whiskey or something? You know, you mentioned matchmakers. I just had a video recommended to me yesterday about the perils of being a matchmaker in the Victorian era. And I saw part of it yesterday. I saw a video about matchmaking. It was in my recommendation list. And now you're asking me if I've ever had matchmakers? Isn't that kind of weird? I never got through the video because the host was really annoying, so I couldn't make it. But I was gonna watch it, so I never watched it. But it's come back to bite me. I was supposed to watch the video about matchmakers, apparently, because now the universe won't let it go. Look at that. Well, I've generally heard that other countries' chocolate besides America is better. Like pretty much, if it's not American chocolate, it's good. You can say this is French chocolate. You're like, ooh, you know. For example, French cheese, French coffee, but American cheese is some generic synthetic weirdo thing, right? This is American Plim Blam. That means it's like some universal thing. Which is sad if you think about it. I'm just like, if something is branded American like that, it means it's a general tried and true thing. So all I'm saying is that American chocolate is usually branded as worse than any other country's chocolate. Even though it just means Hershey's, Nestle, and other Flim Flam. And even then, the Nestle's that are sold in other countries besides America is generally better than the American Hershey's, because it's like fluffier or something. Or you have different brands made by the same company, different sub-brands. It sucks. I'm having a problem here. It's these darn tomahawks getting me down. Okay, for the time being, we have to suffer. Alright, are we done suffering? Yes. Well, someone just took over my workshop. You see, that's a problem. I recognize that Buffalo Rex name, you know? And I do recognize that Jason Young person. And, this whole server is rot gut. Garbage. Moving on. Matchmaker, matchmaker. Give me Andy's minty chocolate. Alright. time. It's time to get XP. Maybe. Yeah. Yep. Definitely time. Cranberry relish is about to wear off. Let's reinvigorate it. You know? Right now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. But we have to get ourselves more cranberry relish. Let's go do that right now. Step one, I'll stop by and get some cranberry by way of the Aaron Holt homestead. And I could try to make one brain bomb. That's all I need, you know. It lasts for an hour. So I'll go over and get some Mothman eggs. I probably have the sugar bombs I need to make one brain bomb. Maybe. I'm here just for the cranberry. And there's a bit of honey over here as well. I don't need a ton, you know. We're just making like a little bit. In fact, it's worse if you take all of it. Because then you have to deal with it rotting versus just coming back and getting more. If you leave it, you know, growing, you know, on the stem, it doesn't rot. You know? Things don't rot on the stem, usually. On the stem. One time. Oh yeah. Good old honey. It adds up, you know. So if I'm using adrenaline, that means I don't necessarily need a bloody mess. I think I'd still rather have Rumor for Sprint for AP. Alrighty. Cool, let's go get some Mothman eggs, but this time I'll go down here to Moth Home to get them. I usually stop by the Point Pleasant area, but I might as well stop by someplace new for a second. Give me stuff. Give me stuff. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Give me stuff with the one time. Whoa, where the heck am I? Moth Home.
His enemies cannot hide. His foes cannot escape.
It's party time.
The holy land.
This is worthy.
Yeah. Awesome. So, here's something that y'all should know. Okay? Let me give you a tip for winning on the internet. Now, use my advice wisely. It's an untapped market. Cat. If you well, I'll give the advice just to Cat. Hey, if you record a vertical, like phone-oriented video and post a, like, maybe a 1-minute video or even less than that, something relatively short to YouTube, it gets promoted really, 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 really quickly. I plan on doing that in the future, recording vertical format videos, because it goes into this YouTube stories format where it forces you to watch something, and they have straight up garbage in there. But because they're in this format and they're vertical, it fills in this gap. Bloop, bloop, bloop. So if you have like some piano thing for a couple seconds from banjo, whatever, I would advise looking at that, seeing how long the average length is, and then I think it'll just blow up. I think it'll blow up. It's sort of like TikTok. You know, a bunch of short garbage on TikTok blows the heck up because there's, you know, things get really trendy. It's really digestible for these millennials. And, you know, this is how it works. Because it's like an untapped market. I see some garbage in there. Sometimes I get stuck up in there sometimes. You know, sometimes. It's just like a short thing. Like 38 seconds. It's ridiculous. Here's something I saw on the internet. You won't even believe what's happening. This bear doesn't know how to get out from the cage, so it tries to claw its way through. And it's over. 82 million views. But because it's there and like 8 seconds long, you watch it and you go blip. And it's automatic. You know, YouTube, you have this list. The problem is, in these videos, you can't pause, fast forward, rewind. You're stuck in them. You're stuck in them. But anyways, maybe some cranberry relish. Yeah. Yeah, the vertical format thing. I'm sure, you know, you got like 1 million cameras or something. I'm sure you could like get the thing, you know. What the heck? Am I really out? Oh, I am out. What in the world? Okay, we have to go right over here. 1 second, I'm missing a key ingredient. I'll stop with this dude's base. Hey there, Hama. Hey, I remember you. Yeah. Yes, YouTube prefers horizontal for that, but I think they're starting to promote. Oh no. I don't know where my phone is. My phone's charging or something, but you know, it's this whole category of content. You could do it in supplementation, just like a little supplement to everything else, usually as a way in. Okay, if you want to see the full thing, use it as a way to promote trailers for your other garbage, sort of, you know? Something like that. I think it'll be really good. People won't even realize that they wanted it, is the thing, you know? I didn't realize I wanted small segments of catchy flim-flam things played acoustically. I didn't realize I needed that in my life every morning. I had no idea. Just like people sometimes had no idea that they would want to watch a stream of a video game. You know? Something about it becomes a thing. But it's a relatively brand new, untapped market, I think, of the vertical format short content video. See, TikTok, I think, is saturated with people just dancing to choreography and trying to emulate the same exact thing, or they're emulating. TikTok is just filled with people trying to copy some exact thing in a new format, and that's why it's kind of funny if they'll say something, get a reaction from somebody in the same exact way, or they'll have like a voiceover, you know, that's my way or the highway sort of thing, you know. where they'll do a slight change, but it's still not original, like actual short run content. You can do all kinds of stuff with a short run video format. Super duper creative because it's short. My goodness. Imagine what you could do with 38 seconds. My gosh. And that's probably the key time frame. 38 seconds before a person gets bored. Ugh, this is boring. Get to it already. Eating a sandwich. Eating a sandwich of all things. Yeah. So, for example, right now, I don't think there's anybody posting short content versions of the, like, Oculus stuff, or like Beat Saber. Some people are. But like, even just the game view, I might do that myself. You know? In fact, I'll probably be doing that. I don't want to give you too many ideas. You know? I might do that myself, actually, because I was already posting a couple things of the, because that'd be really easy. You can record it to the headset, and it's like a high HD copy. And, for example, if you want to watch the live stuff, come to my channel, but here's a nice flim-flam thing. And you get like some first-person view thing. For example, I posted a couple first-person view Oculus things to Twitter. You know? A pistol whip or something, and then even the developer ends up sharing it because no one's doing that. Twitter is sort of an untapped resource. If you post content straight to Twitter, you know, Twitter and vertical format YouTube. You don't have to be vertical format in Twitter because it'll format itself. Where the heck are the bad guys? Wasting my time. I came here for the sugar. Let me go check the house. Uh-huh. Yeah, Macaulay Culkin eating pizza, yes. Yes. For example, if I... Look, I know for a fact, if I recorded a video close up with my phone of my keyboard... It'll get 1 million views, but that's just too horrifying. I can't do that. I can't put myself on display like that. Show my keyboard in intimate detail and how disgusting it is. I can't do that. But if I just took the camera and went... and that's it. My goodness. That would get 1 million views. Look how gross my keyboard is. I was like, my keyboard is disgusting. Boom. That's the title of the video. Done. I was like, what in the heck? Are you eating food over the keyboard? Barbecue soaked fingers, typing away, layers of flim-flam. Yeah. There he is. I think I should do a video of it'll be like a, you know, it'll be such an honest thing. Such a truthful and honest thing. This is me, for real. Behold my keyboard. This is really who I am. I'm on display. No shame. It's real bad. Oh, ball. It's real bad. Missing buttons here and there. It's like a relic. You can't tell with the lighting. This button's missing. Right here. And this button over here is missing. And this button over here is my extra Q button. See? I think I should make a short video saying this is my disgusting, horrible keyboard. And I'm a horrible person for having such a keyboard and not caring. .org. Follow me on Twitter. Yeah. Small videos like that. You can even get. I think YouTube might ban you. Won't they ban you? But it's just. I imagine like a close-up video of waking up in the morning. Say, this is what I look like in the morning. Now watch me rub the crumb from my eye crust eye hole. Watch. Like if you zoomed in, removing crust from your eye hole, wouldn't that be bannable from YouTube? But it'll get 1 million hits. Like for example, Tom Hanks picks his nose and displays his booger on the screen. It'll get 1 million hits, but he won't have a career again. But it's going to get 1 million hits. It's going to get 1 billion hits. Everybody on planet Earth will watch the video. If he wants to commit career suicide by picking his nose, showing them boogers, and say, "Look at me. This is who I am." Ha! He gets no more Toy Story movies, but he becomes rich off of that single video. Yes, there's all kinds of blackhead video. That's what I'm saying. If you say, "This is me getting ready for the morning. Watch, I gotta pop these pimples. This one's painful and deep. Oh God."
Check in with me from time to time.
No.
I may have additional assignments for you to carry out.
There's a market for these things. This is what my teeth look like when I wake up without brushing my teeth. Like, you know. Today we're gonna do an experiment where I eat this chicken and go to bed without brushing my teeth. Let's see what I look like in the morning. Oh wow, look how gross it is. Alright, follow me for more. I think people will watch you obsessively. Oh yeah. I might pivot into that category. You know? Yeah, so step one, I can have the video of the keyboard video up close. Panning shot. No more than 38 seconds long. I'm thinking about 28 or 24 seconds long, okay? There's a money frame in there. There's a key time window for the algorithms. Step two, it'll be a video of me taking a small pinch, twirling handful pinch of nose hair and going ka-changa-ga! And go, hoo-wee! Showing the hair, and that's it. I pull the nose hair out, pow, I go, reaction, and I show the hair. $1 million of YouTube revenue. And then we start getting grosser and more real. Go down the rabbit hole. I think showing the nose hair would be gross. And I think YouTube would ban you for it. But would they ban you for it? I think if you did it like with a scientific tone, you know, it's all about the delivery. I think you could pull off this scheme on YouTube. An air-fried hot dog? Yeah, the mixed reality VR videos, Cat. Yeah. Yeah, there's a whole situation. Me too. That's why if I had myself a better video card that would cost a lot of money, then I wouldn't just be streaming games like that. I'll be encouraged to do really awesome VR streams. You know? Really, like, I would say the game that has the most mixed reality flim-flam involved would be Beat Saber. Because they usually have the person standing within the dimension. And there's software that makes it work out. You know? I really should do more VR. Because I like to, you know, act like it's real and everything. But I'm sort of waiting. The time ain't right. I think, I don't know. If they make it where the cloud-based gaming works with a headset, that'd be fantastic. That would be the complete solution. Because that's the thing that's holding me back. The fact that you have to have a supreme compromise between, like, with VR, games will look like garbage unless you have a supercomputer. So usually, the VR version of a game will have everything toned down, barely running. The Fallout 4 VR ain't all that enjoyable. It's sort of jittery here and there to the point where it's immersion breaking. Same thing with Skyrim. It's not the smoothest experience. I mean, it sort of is. But then if you live stream it, it gets even worse. But it is functional. Oh yeah, by the way, you remember my Spidey sense earlier when I said, oh no, I recognize that name right there, and they have the devil icon, and they just showed up at my workshop, which means they're about to do blah 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 blah, so I left the server. It's true. Because now they're on this server, and they attacked one of my teammates somewhere, doing something. Doing something somewhere. You see? I got this list and I'm checking it twice. Yeah. I totally have the space and certain materials ready for proper full room scale VR. I think that's the key. I like to move around a lot. I used to do it in the room without the green screen, but you know, I think you should be moving around a lot. I think you should have, just imagine almost an entire room to move within. As long as you have a nice anchor point, you could use, you know, it's really cool. So I know you know, but for other people as well. Yeah, I had to get the heck out of there. New server, new world. It doesn't work, Cody. It doesn't work. Well, I used to go through the list and I used to block everybody and then block for session, but then they'd still find a way to meet up with me. So I just stopped. It's stupid. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. They just find you a couple seconds later. It's terrible if they're really trying. I think there's nothing stopping them from joining a friend that is in the world where you are. You know what I mean? So if you have this network of friends, oh shoot, he's in my world now. There's nothing to stop the person from entering the world there, you know, and that's what happens, I think, because I recognize other names, and they don't hang out by themselves. They got friends, and they're distributed. So sometimes that's how it works. But get some dirty water. Yeah, so for the 360, so for Beat Saber, or for any game that really involves staying in one spot with your feet planted, Beat Saber, you are able to move around a little bit because there's points where you have to sidestep and dodge and everything, and you could theoretically take a jumping lunge to the left or right or whatever you want to do, and that's part of the game. But generally, the pieces are coming towards you. And so, you sort of have to stand right here to slice the things. You know, you get penalized for doing it too soon or too late. Therefore, you stand in one spot. You might do some vague drifting, but it's generally one spot. I recommend a circular mat that you stand on, or some sort of mat that has maybe even an orientation to it, with a shape that you could feel with your feet. Something that you put right in the middle of the ground that you can keep your foot on. I used to put my foot at the corner of the rug, and I'd always come back to it. And I would train to pivot with one foot. You want to keep pivoting with one foot, you know? You're not moving one foot, but you're moving the rest of your body up and down and around, up to a knee, turning backwards, but you're still keeping one foot planted. Well, the military is really good at keeping one foot planted. It's what you're supposed to do. Sort of sometimes, but that's part of it. That helps. And then having a fan or something, because then fans mess up with microphones and everything, but having some indicator of where forward is helps as well. Of course, if there is a cable, having it tug is a problem, is a good thing sometimes, because you can tell where forward is. But I think it's good to be able to pace around the entire room in a big circle. I have the stuff, and I just haven't done it as much. And I have everything sort of ready. I have the second computer with a decent video card and a capture card and all this stuff, but I wasn't happy with the time delay and other factors. But there's ways to work that out, or whatever. It's just, I'm just not happy with it. It wasn't perfect, so I didn't do it. You know? But I prefer to really use a space. But sometimes, sometimes I do VR right the heck here, where I'm purposely not moving as much. And you can still do quite a bit with your controller and your body without actually lunging around in a room. You don't have to do that. You don't have to take 3 steps that way, because your character's doing it. It helps to take 1 lunging step with your foot anchored. That's all. 1 lunging step with your foot anchored. But it really is a big difference. A long time ago, I played a game called Hollow Point. You know? And that game involves archery against a bunch of virtual reality, also a bunch of holograms. But they're coming from all angles, from front, back, sideways, up and around. And they're coming at me. So for that game, I was purposely walking around in a tight circle and constantly moving, you know? And that's kind of part of it. Same thing with a game like Skyrim or anything like that. You can actually move around quite a bit within a column of reality space. It's kind of weird. You can move around quite a bit, you know? If you imagine that, well, I can't move from right exactly here because the camera is facing me and my shoulders get cut off right here. You can still move quite a bit, you know, within that dimension. Yeah, thank you, Junius. Yeah, so a small rug on the ground that you can put your feet on, but you have to sort of, the rug's going to slide over time because you're putting a lot of pressure on it. But planting 1 foot and keeping your foot at the corner, that's what I would always do. I'd always bring my foot back to that corner, to like the lower left corner of a rug, so that my foot's kind of overlapping. As long as I feel the ground with my foot, with my bare foot or sock foot, I can feel where the rug ends, I'm good to go, and I'm free to move around all crazy like. Hey, happy Saturday. I'm not quite sure how pacifist works, Tim. But I don't have pacifist on. Even though I don't fight people. I like to have the possibility of them killing me, you know? At a workshop, even though I don't like to fight at a workshop. Alright, break it all down. We got a bloodied mole miner gauntlet. Yep. Cool. Yeah. There's some software called Live, L-I-V. Maybe you saw it, but that's what you need to do the mixed reality stuff. And it works with a bunch of content, but I think it might even require more power because it's doing a bit more. But I think it's still, it works out. A pacifist prevents you from accidentally shooting somebody if they walk. So, if somebody walks in front of your column of fire, you're not going to flag somebody from PvP. Well, I still rather have that possibility occur, you know. I like the possibility of a person trying to troll me by jumping in front of my gun. It forces me to be careful, because in reality, it's sort of realistic. How about instead of accidentally killing that person, the consequence, because that should be a pretty bad consequence. You accidentally killed somebody. That should be a bad thing in your mind. The consequence is now they get to kill you if they chose to. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, let me go back up to the surface here. We're about to do another XP run here. Here, for the intermission, I'll show you something. I used to do this in the past where I show a different video during the intermission. And I'll try that now. I'll try that right now. Okay? On my garbage channel. On my garbage channel. Garbage. Garbage. Straight up garbage. Oh, I used to do the stuff with my face in the morning time. Don't you know? Oh. Master Fitness Master. Give me an ad, you blowny toad. Garbage. Garbage format. But this is, you can't see really. But I'm down there in the corner. And here, I'm on a rug there, but that's when I had some decent room scale garbage going on. I'm moving around quite a bit. This is actually the most amazing thing in the world. But you got these things shooting at me. And yeah, I was trying to go for some global high score thing. Oh, yeah, I got within the top 100 because I was trying. You know. That's from years ago, though. That's from a couple years ago. 2016. But I'll do my little you know, thing. Guys, is this your idea of a good time? Is this your new normal? I'm just fat. I'm fat too. Lose weight with Nutrisystem for men. Lose up to 18 pounds in your first month, or your money back. Lose them today, if you got them. Rick lost some weight too. We'll tell you exactly what to eat, when to eat. You follow that to a T, you buy our products, and you won't get a refund. Lose them ta-ta. Hail. Hail. Hail.
I work with my mother.
I don't care.
Sell fruits and vegetables.
Out of my way.
It's fun most days.
That's cool. Yeah. How's it going, guard? Here, I'll show you this garbage video while I'm sleeping over here. Okay, I'll sleep over here for a second. I'll show you that garbage video, and it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. Some Skyrim VR for a second. Okay, enjoy this garbage video for a second while I go get some coffee. Hey-o. Enjoy. You stupid kid. I work with my mother to sell flim-flam on the market. Why are you talking to me for? I'm a stranger. Nighttime. There you go. Hey.
I work with my mother.
I don't care.
Sell fruits and vegetables.
Out of my way.
It's fun most days.
That's cool. Yeah. How's it going, guard? Would you like anything from the store? A
I
drink?
used to be an adventurer like you. Then I took an arrow in the knee.
Sorry about that, man. Sorry about that. You're jogging around here. Oh, they're drinking. Oh, the bannered mare. How's it going?
Dragon once, we can do it again.
I killed the dragon.
Of course. How'd you do that?
Oh, you don't like that? You don't like that? You don't like that? You don't like that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hey, hoo, running, jumping. Where's my foos power? Oh god, they didn't like that. They didn't like I foosed them up. I foosed them up. How about I foos you again? This isn't real. This is just a stream test. Stream test. Ooh. Running. Jumping. Fancy free. Don't shoot with the arrow. Don't do it. They can't follow me forever. Wait a minute. Did I lose him? Oh man. Those suckers. If I hide. Oh, they know where I am. Oh boy. Oh man, they're lining up. Get my bow out. Ah! They're charging me.
I'll kill you.
No, you won't. No, you won't. Ah! They're going for me. Heal. Heal. Okay, healing and oak flesh. Well, first, yeah. Oak flesh. And food. This isn't real, by the way. I'm not really doing this. I'm just, food. Give me some stamina. Salmon steak. Good stuff. Apple potato soup. Good stuff. Potions. Oh boy. I will. Okay, yeah. I will. Potion of fortified marksman. Potion of health. Minor healing. Stamina. And then. Potion of the berserker. Oh, that's 200 weapons. Defender. That's for blocking. Skooma. Stamina. Here we go. We're getting out of here. I'm talking. I have no cranberry relish and I have to make some sugar. Yeah. I'm talking. And you can hear me now. You're asking about how often certain events occur? There probably is some data mined smart map that shows certain things on some website somewhere. But every server is different, you know what I mean? So there's that factor. So there's that factor. There's no world challenge. There's no world server. It's just every server has their own timer. At one point, whenever they introduced the public events, I think they were too frequent, you know? And they were making some adjustments. So there might be some literature out there about how they made those adjustments. They slowed them down, they sped them up, but they were talking about it, and there's plenty of discussion in the forums about it, about how often the events occur. So I don't think there is a specific chart. I think that it's semi-randomized, but I do think there are known challenges that do, or known events that occur at certain times, like the lighthouse situation, right? That occurs probably on a timer, and you know, and the heart of the swamp might be triggered by some other means. Feed the People might have a deliberate and true timer. In fact, they all probably do. But some things more than others, like the lighthouse, is dependent on the sunset and so forth. I'm pretty sure it's random because, you know, it's a random thing. But there's a certain spacing. Certain things might have, you know, what if the Feed the People event only occurs during daytime? And what if certain events only occur during nighttime? The question is it daytime or nighttime on your server? There's probably certain variables that if you know them, it'd be an easier understanding of the whole system.
Please step into the open and identify yourself. Law-abiding citizens have nothing to fear. Please stand where fire zone.
Okay, well, while they're here, I'm going to multitask by getting my little camp set up over here. And I have 3 minutes, basically, to make some cranberry relish. By making some sugar first. Right over here. The collective is being taken over by scammers. What do you mean? Oh God. Oh yeah. Alright, I'll just ban that person. There we go. It's not hard to control. I just have to get rid of the people. Done and done. I saw it. I just didn't do anything about the first one. I was like, meh. I figured that somebody was using my channel to promote their own garbage. It wasn't another person streaming, so it was just random content. Random content that they are getting paid as a weird bot account to promote by sharing it on as many weird subgroups as possible. Quickly, like a zombie bot. And I figured it was that. But, that sort of helps me a little bit. But then whenever it becomes more than one person by a different name, that's when you want to nip it in the bud. You know what I mean? But I gotta hurry up. Yes. If it was just one person, I might say it's just a random person sharing something random to a random group, and it's no big deal. But it's more than one person, you know, with similar content, similar weird content of like some weird viral video nature, and that's the weird thing. Oh my gosh. Give me my cranberry. Lunchbox sharing. I will be sharing lunchboxes. Lunchboxes. Oh my. I've come with the gift lunchboxes. Oh yeah. Gather around. Lunchboxes. Okay, that's all I'm opening up too. I got one more for you. I got one more for you. Every now and then I do something. Oh, let's go play the actual game for a second, huh? Won't that be fun? I think it'll be fun. I think it'd be really fun. You know? This building's nice. There's a bunch of stuff in here. Salt, pepper, phlegm and phlegm. Okay. A bit of each. A bit of each. You know? I want to ride to the red where the west commences and gaze at the moon till I lose my senses and I can't look at hobbles and I can't stand fences. Old friends to you. Pencils. We shared the lunch boxes. I have to go back to my base to get my gourd. I'm gonna take this over first. Weapon's about to break. Yeah. Better hurry up. super duper quick. Okay. While I capture, I'll eat some other random stuff. Put a couple things on my favorite bar. Okay. It's sort of wasting time, but you know. I'll put the whole home right over here. The whole home initiative. Okay, and then I'll put my little buildings here and there, no big deal. And I'll get the heck out of here. Here, I'll bring this out really quick. And I'll move it afterwards. Alright. Back to my blueprint. Space it out a bit. It's important to space it out here. As far as possible. As far as possible. That's the key. There you go. Resources. There we go. Alley up, alley over. We're in, and we're out. I'll put down the stuff. You know? Baby turret. And right over here. Back here. And right over here. Good to go. And one more. Good stuff. This is going to have a light pole kind of on the side, but there is no room for a light pole, which is sort of the problem. That's okay. I might even give it its own. Yeah, I'll give it a light wagon. Solar wagon right here. And then one more thing over here. It's simple. Yeah, you know what? The blood eagle nest fits here perfectly. Right over here. It's a perfect fit. Over here, I'll put the basic entryway blocker. I could put a little building like that, but it serves no purpose. I like to have things serving a purpose. Hanging out, having fun. Maybe I could put it here? I don't know, probably not. Oh, you can. Well, there you go. That solves the problem. Indeed. So I'll put down one more of these turret flammers and get the heck out of here. I'm using the baby turrets, these low-level turrets, you know, as opposed to the high-level ones. You know, them high-level turrets, because they require home defense 3, and I'm not putting that on. Maybe once they do the perk loadouts and everything. That's a perfect fit right there. Okay, let's get the heck out of here. Go back to my camp, get my gourd. And I will multiply that gourd at other workshops. It'll be really fun. Yeah. So darn fun. Alright, here we go. Let's go. I can unload everything in that box again. It's always fun.
Just love songs. Don't
Strawberry juice. Oh. Cranberry relish. Don't you know? Oh yeah. Brain bombs. Maybe. Maybe not. Apparently, I'm out of brain fungus again. That's cool. I'll run like a madman. I'll be good to go. Not that far. It really feels like I'm in a mount when I'm in my power armor, you know? And I'm running for a long period of time, and I can hear the clang, clang, clang of the power armor train. You know? Okay. Brain fungus. I could put the rest of my brain fungus somewhere. Doesn't really matter. Or I can make more of the soup or the brain bombs, and yeah, doesn't really matter. I live close enough. One and a 2 and a 3. Yeah, I'll put those in the fridge in just a moment. And these cranberry relishes in the fridge as well. Rest of that sugar. Cool. I'll head back to the camp.
Attention, citizens. Nuclear strike imminent. Please
Yeah.
exit the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
Oh, and I think Kat asked, or somebody asked, about the Colonel Seasons ranch popcorn seasoning. Skip the ranch flavored chips. Instead, shake our seasoning on your popcorn for the taste of creamy, real buttermilk and zesty spices that you love. That's right, the Colonel Seasons popcorn seasoning. Shake well. And be happy. Alright, let's
Tried
repair.
any new foods lately?
store. Shake well and be happy. And I have a whole box. Look, it's a large container. I got like a million pack. I didn't know it had like a million. There's like a million. There's a whole lot of them. I'm set for the apocalypse. You know how much this is going to go for, the apocalypse? You could flavor a dead rat with this thing. I think seasonings are the spice trade is going to open back up in the apocalypse. You know what I mean? Spices and batteries. And, you know, devices and technology. The spices. You want to flavor that garbage well before consuming. Alright. Stockpile. How much do you think a couple barrels of sugar will go for? I mean, like a couple big drums of sugar in large capacity. I got some cinnamon. Think about it. You could have this, that. All right, give me some of that as well. You want some of this?
Hamburger?
You can't go without flim flam seasoning. Come on now. How you gonna have your flim flam? I got some cornstarch here. You know? Hot commodity in the apocalypse. Who cares about some old painting? Seasonings. Yeah, solar panels, hand crank chargers. Ooh, baby. Magnets. I think magnets myself for a lot because you could do a lot with it, mechanically speaking, to generate power. If you already have a magnet and you find a way to move the magnet, you got some power. So here, no, trust me, I'm selling you this magnet and that bike and this belt and that gear. Go figure it out. Okay. Some pulley system involving magnets and gravity, and you're good to go. Alright, now I'm ready to stock my fridge and get some XP. Relish. Bombs. The bomb. Alright.
Just
Everything's
anything you
fine,
find
everything's
out there.
okay.
Hi there.
Don't just eat anything that you find out there. You gotta season it first. Ain't that right, Yasmin? Oh, Yasmin. Always waiting for me. She cares more about food than me, though. I mean, it's okay, but I wish we had something more. I'm thinking about the next generation of human civilization. And them hips. Damn hey-ups. Oh, yes. Oh, Yasmin. She has the name of a stripper. Of a hussy. That's a hussy's name, Yasmin. A hussy.
86 glowing meat steaks. Time to go hunting again.
What about me, Yasmin? What about me? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Hey. Beast. All right. Good to go. I'm ready. This looks like a job for me. Popcorn seasoning. I like to flavor my spit. You ever had a high quality flavored spit? Peter Dinklage, I am. Sometimes they call me. Sometimes they call me Peter Dinklage. Sometimes they call me. I'm known as that guy Peter Dinklage. Sometimes I am. Watch out. Coming through.
You want to learn how to survive? I'll tell you how. Sell to the highest bidder. Always. My parents were miners. I never saw them.
Oh yeah. Nice. BlownoutShoulder.com. Blowing out my shoulder in the morning time.
Attention citizens. Nuclear strike imminent. Please exit the area at your earliest convenience.
Thank you for cooperation.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Almost paradise. They call me Bad Leroy Brown. Sometimes. Hey, you heard about the King Kong versus Godzilla movie coming out? There's a trailer coming out maybe today. You heard about that? Godzilla versus King Kong. Apparently the King Kong from Skull Island was just a baby. And the real King Kong is really, really big. You know, like in the old movies with the characters, he's as big as Godzilla. Godzilla's really, really big, you know? So, you have a Godzilla-sized King Kong. King Kong before was just a big old gorilla. You know? Semi-realistic in size, to be honest. The size of a bunch of elephants. You could say that the old King Kong was the size of about 8 elephants, maybe? 8 elephants, maybe? But then, well, now he's the size of thousands of elephants. Like maybe a million elephants? I don't know. Very large. Once a skyscraper is waist high, how many elephants are you comprised of? Is it uncountable? You know? That's coming out eventually. Won't that be fun? Yeah. He kicked out my windshield and she hit me over the head. She cussed and cried and said I lied, and in fact, she wished I was dead. Oh. Oh yeah. Time to die. Oh no. Very deliberate. Sometimes I get caught up in the vertical jump. You can't do the vertical jump as much, especially with a bird bones and marsupial. I gotta run. Comes the boom, ready or not, no. How you like me now? Boom! See, now I have full adrenaline after killing 6 enemies. It'll last for 30 seconds. King Kong. Taller than a mountain.
Go ahead.
Lag. Alright. Yeah. King Kong punching Godzilla in the face. Godzilla using his fission breath. His nuclear radiation breath. Whoa. Out of my way. Yeah. Oh well. I was trying to target the leg. See, if you target the leg of one creature, it'll stay fixed on that body part.
We are
I'm trying to avoid shooting these enemies point blank with my shotgun because it might just kill me. I'm not using the dense S torso, I'm using a jetpack. Now I figure it's either or. I figure if they run right up on me and I use the shotgun on them with VATS, it'll kill me. I'm trying to avoid that. I'm trying to shoot their little leg to do more damage. See, before I thought it was a buggy exploit-y magic weapon, as people would say, because I was specifically targeting their leg, like what I'm doing now, and it kills them. Because, think about this, some creatures can't stand having no leg. They gotta have their legs. Mutants are one of them. If you shoot off their leg, they die. And I think the leg itself has less total XP than the body. Therefore, you shoot the leg off. Robots don't need their legs. There? I don't think. It doesn't really work. Yeah. Yeah, some creatures can still affect you even though their legs are blown off or broken. I think they can even swipe you still. But yeah, the assault run can still blast you. But they have a harder time turning, so you could definitely shoot your legs out, run around the thing, and get them from the rear. They turn really slow. Ramp, ramp, ramp. Sorry, I turned the game too loud for a while. I'm so sorry. The game was too loud for a while. I turned the game louder during that intermission. But now it's appropriate levels. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I had the volume set to the wrong level for a while. How embarrassing. All those explosions and stuff. Oh my gosh. Person over there. Person over there. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry. Boom. I'm so sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, we have mutants, baby. We have mutants. That's what I want to see. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What? Huh? What? Okay. I have to put some other food item on my hotbar here. 5, 4, 3, 2. Sure. There we go. Pow. Pow. I do like the effect where if you have a randomly shooting horrible minigun weapon thing, or like a shotgun specifically, and you use that, the entire shot group, which is normally scattered, all concentrates on one target. If you use just your normal shot, it's there's some splashover. There's a bleed over splashover effect depending on how far away the enemy is and everything. So if you try to target, for example, if I target his leg, it's going to shoot the entire quadrant of his body. But with that, it shoots just the leg. See that? It's amazing. It's like a bullet. See that? It's almost like a bullet. If I shoot and move sideways, you can see how thick the column of fire is. And it ain't that thick. It's pretty remarkable. See that? Especially with skeet shooter. Even without, it's still decent, but it's tighter with skeet shooter. If he chose to. Yeah.
Kill you quick.
Kill you quickly. Alrighty. Yeah. Okay. Barry Mentat, go. Hey, taste. Taste. Here we go. I will increase my life levels. You get a lima bean, and you get a lima bean.
Attention, citizens. Nuclear attack.
You want to aim for the lower crotch region?
Please exit the
It's
area
very
at
sensitive,
your earliest convenience.
especially in males.
Thank you for your cooperation.
You want to put the cripple stat on and you want to aim at the crotch. And then, you know, that way if you don't kill them, at least you stop them from reproducing. Sort of like a eugenics system. It's a win-win, you know? I will cease your reproduction. I must say that the game is running quite well these days. It's very smooth on my end. Very nice. It could be because I turned off the ultra textures, which was kind of pushing my system. You can't even tell the difference. Sometimes you could, but whatever. Popcorn seasoning. Let me smell it for a second. Oh yeah, that's ranch. Leg shot. Leg shot. Leg shot. Crotch shot. Look into my crotch and tell me what it is you see. Look into my crotch, baby. Am I crippled? I can't stay. You must submit. You will comply. See, it's nice reincorporating the shotgun. You know? I went away from it for a while because it was a bit too easy. So I tried to go for something more challenging for a bit. But sometimes it's nice. Yeah. Meow. Meow. My buddy and me. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Gotta carry that damage forward. Oh. Wait, no. They should totally. Why don't they sell actual targets? They should sell targets. Come on now. They should sell targets. Yeah. They should sell targets like in an atomic shop like this, you know? But then, and then maybe like the Huntsmaster or that shooting range like in Clarksville specifically, you get those target sheets. Let's say the target sheets, which they exist, you have to pick them up, so they already exist. There you go. And the animation already exists of putting it on something. So if you know, put it at your base and then you stand 25 feet away and you shoot it, you should get you turn them in and you get some credit based on your score. Wouldn't that be cool? And then maybe you get more credit based upon how far away you were. So you just make a shooting range with these targets that are really far away, and there you go. I'm trying to rack up points here. You couldn't really cheat. You'd have to be far away, and you'd have to waste bullets. Therefore, you're basically transforming bullets into some other sort of currency. Right? It'll give you a reason to have a shooting range with the shooting paper. But that's too good for the game. These ideas are too good for the game. And here's the thing. Once they introduce that concept, after about 2 years, it'll mutate to the point where you have really cool targets. Like a ghoul. And you shoot it in the head from really far away, it'll go rah, rah. Eyes will glow red for a second. You know? Or a destructible target. Destructible targets, you know? A whole target package. Destructible thing that you can hit the reset button and the animation goes back and see hit points, you know? It'll say this truck has so many hit points, destroy the truck. You know? Something like that. Maybe even destroying your own objects in your base, but they would have to do a big workshop / base building update, and in that you would have to maybe get some hit points assigned and properties assigned to different materials. Like this is flammable, you know, flammability, for example, or conductivity for electricity. Stuff like that. Many factors. How many hit points does it have? Blah, 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 blah. Bullets bounce off or something. Weird different factors, including the hit points and everything else involved. You know? Right? Because once you have that, then you could use existing objects as target practice because you know exactly how much life they have. You could increase the destructibility, and then on top of that, you could have it where you're able to place junk, actual junk, around your camp. How about this? You get some sort of perk bonus thing if you shoot a piece of junk from far away. Or in general. Including, see this burnt book? I hit it. Okay? You get some points. You back up, you get more points. You back up further, you get more points. And so forth. But you'd have to have it destructible. Maybe it breaks down and gets destroyed. You break it down, it becomes the raw junk floating there, like Minecraft or something. There'll be some floating. So, for example, you shoot that book 10 times, and it gets destroyed and becomes raw cloth. A cloth bundle. You know what I mean? Yeah. It'll make it where if you shot this rack of items, you'll break this down into lead. So, yeah, you could scrap junk by... There you go. You could scrap junk by shooting it or by blowing it up. It's also a risk, but not really. You know? It'll make it where if you throw a grenade at a bunch of stuff that would break down, this teddy bear would break down into cloth, lead over here, some plastic over there. You'd have a pile of plastic, cloth, and lead, and glass, which is realistic, right? But in that aspect, you could use these items as target practice because they're destructible. You know. You know what I mean? Sure. It'd be kind of weird though, I guess. But I don't see why. I think it'll make sense. I think it'll make perfect sense. And then, let's say that certain things are destructible. There you go. There's a destructibility to the junk in the world, which means a roll of duct tape will not be destroyed. It'll get turned into adhesive, but adhesive can be destroyed through certain elemental effects. It'll actually... There it goes. Raw junk will amplify any elemental effect. Raw junk, scrap junk. So oil will catch on fire. You follow me, camera guy? Plastic will catch on fire. Wood will catch on fire. Cloth will catch on fire. Glass won't catch on fire. But glass will do something funky when plasma hits it, I'll tell you that much. It might even reflect, I don't know, who even knows what it might do. But something cool. But I think every single piece of junk scrap should react differently with raw elemental damage. To the point where it gets consumed in the process. So everything has a life bar out there. So if you mess up, you still have some time to gather before it's really truly destroyed. But if you do it properly, there'll be all kinds of crazy effects. Kaboom, 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 whoa! You know? Yeah, you can make steel and so forth reflect bullets, you know? If you break down the bucket first, the raw junk will reflect your bullets. Huh? Yeah. There you go. That'll work out. Yes. Yep. Because you could already sort of consume things on the spot by eating them or using them, you know, like a drug or whatever. They had that update. You could have it where you could consume the junk item before even getting to pick it up. Or even the enemy can do it if you're not there in time. The enemies, the creatures, are destroying your junk. Oh no. You know, there's a certain urgency. If they start trashing things, all of a sudden they destroy that refrigerator. And now it becomes, or whatever, you know, it becomes oil and whatever. But then they could destroy the oil. It's one thing to have it broken down, another thing to have the actual raw material get destroyed. So, for example, in the Watoga High School, there's a bunch of plastic cutlery and plates and so forth and so on. You throw one grenade, everything blows up. Okay? It becomes a bunch of plastic scrap. You throw another grenade, because there's fire involved in a grenade a tiny bit, it's all going to catch on fire and then burn. And maybe even plastic might break down and become oil somehow. Kind of makes sense, it's made from oil. I don't know. Well, maybe, oh, I know. Plasma will transmutate anything into something else. So maybe wood, when exposed to plasma, becomes crystal or something? Or something weird like that? So you have to be careful to not destroy everything, unless you really want to farm it in that method. Wouldn't that be cool? Or ash or charcoal could be more of a resource in the world, because clearly you're getting a bunch of ash and charcoal involved if everything is burning. But I think certain things can break down several times so that they have life meters. For example, you have plastic spoon, turns into glob of plastic, turns into oil, turns into ash. Right? Some things have a short lifespan. Cloth, ash. Right? Cloth, ash, wood, ash. Certain things have a longer lifespan before it becomes weird nothing. Certain things are pure, but they have higher properties because they're pure. Bone will clearly break down and become something else besides bone. Bone's kind of a higher order material. And in the same aspect, you should be able to generate any other resource from some base materials. Okay? There was a mobile game a while back where you played around by creating matter out of just combining some base materials, and through combining, it could be like that, where you're able to generate aluminum if you have some base garbage and you're combining and recombining in certain orders, along with plasma and fire and certain other elements. Elements at the right time will mutate something into the right thing. It'd be ridiculous and cool. Maybe. But that's for another universe where cool things happen. Not this one. Yeah. Okay, I'm putting down my workshop here. Uranium fever is doing all kinds of stuff. I'm gonna head on down there and do uranium fever. Yeah. Yeah, so for example, a fiber optic, fiber optic will break down and become glass, clearly, right? Raw glass. Certain things are already higher order materials. Like, for example, a spring or a gear is just steel. One level up. Right? There's many materials that are already a second order material, if you just think about them. Some things not so much. Adhesive? What the heck is that? Acid's pretty pure.
Adequate uranium volume extracted and processed. Output quantity increased.
Oh yeah, yeah, one time. Hail! And hail. Yeah. Great. Declare the fun. Yeah. Yep.
Detecting terminated management personnel. Remove this individual from the premises.
Over here. Over here. He's over here.
Adequate uranium volume extracted and processed. Output quantity increased.
Yeah. So exciting. I haven't done public events in a bit. I've been focusing on hardcore XP gain and all that nonsense. There's so much to do.
Adequate uranium volume extracted and processed. Output quantity increased. Detecting terminated management personnel. Remove this individual from the premises.
I like how the game gives me imaginary points like that. All the imaginary skill points. Garbage.
Uranium volume extracted and processed. Output quantity increased.
Done. And done. Oh yeah. So much fun. Got 5 minutes left in this bufferoonie. Let's head on down to the White Spring Golf Club. You buy golf clubs at the golf club. They serve iced tea there as well. There's some beer on sale. And there's a patio involved. They have AstroTurf usually. And it's nice. You read the newspaper there. Yep. Mike knows what's up. Wakey, wakey. Uh-oh. Wakey, wakey. Somebody. Oh no, I'm gonna die. Gonna die. 1 second. They're really good at killing me. They're really good at killing me right when I'm about to die. Because I didn't have any more right away on my hotbar. There we go. Would that make the game too difficult if the junk was destructible? I don't know. Like if you shot over here and all the porcelain broke down to become scrap ceramic, and then if you shot it again, the scrap ceramic will break down to become some other weird stuff. Maybe there should be some universal junk scrap that can be used as currency to purchase other junk. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. As long as there's a couple hit points before it blew up. Yeah. If you keep breaking something down, it won't turn to ash. It'll become some sort of universal thing that is worth well under what it should be worth, and it's not really convertible in reverse. But at least it's worth something. For example, well, I don't know, maybe it should be vaguely convertible. That means that a higher order junk item will eventually have way more essential junk essence than something that's lower level, because you have to break it down in more order. For example, a spring, when broken down, will become steel, a bunch of steel, and when you break the steel down, somehow, at the last order, it should become this imaginary magic Peter Pan dust, or some other weird thing, just to make it simple, just to make it more like a video game. You get some thing, which will give you the option of just going to an area and shooting everything. Because that's the problem. Eventually, everything will just become a bunch of that essence. Once you go into an area and really nuke it out, you'd have nothing but this junk essence floating around, left over, that you could then turn to other things. Yeah, ballistic fiber, that's not just one thing. You're right. That's like adhesive with layers of flim-flam fiber glued together, some hard substrate thing that's really super hard. You know? You should be able to make springs. Springs aren't that hard to make. You can make them. In essence, you know, if you're already at a tinker's workbench, I think there is a machine to make springs on that workbench. And gears, if you're already making weapons, you could just get a laser cutter. Get a laser cutter and make some gears. You know? That'll work out. Oh, yes. And you should be able to... Well, you already can make adhesive, so there's that. You can make adhesive. That's one of the only things you can make. And, well, gunpowder isn't a junk resource. It's miscellaneous. Yeah. Yeah. But of course, there's all kinds of potential in the future. Whenever they work out all the kinks and work out all the content, you'll start having things like crafting paint colors to paint any wall, but then they can't really sell you a blue wall anymore. So I don't know if they'll have that. They gotta be able to sell a blue wall. You can't be able to paint your wall blue. Oh, maybe a painted wall will look like you're painting it. It'll have paint strokes in it. It'll be different than a straight up blue wall. And maybe having like a white base coat with, you know, blue over it will look better than just blue. And maybe it cares about how many layers you have. And maybe you have to walk up and just actually paint it. And it really cares about how it's drying. At that point, it'll be fine, because every house, like your blue house won't be the same as my blue house because there's paint strips. And mine's bolder because I use this rich undertone thing. So they can still sell your default, you know, simple blue house, but painting yourself is better. Or it could be worse. If you're not a good painter, your house could look like garbage, and in fact, your paint might chip off. Because you didn't treat your wall, you didn't sand your wood properly, and now your paint's falling off. You can buy the prefab thing, but it's not as good as doing it yourself.
I just love songs, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's go down to the Clarksburg Shooting Club. Seeing as we're talking about that a second ago. The Clarksburg Shooting Club, home of the Clarksburg Shooting Club. Hail, Owl. You know what's funny? Owl or Al? All? Al? All? You said hail all, and I'm saying hail all. Owl. Because your name is All Owl. All. Owl. Kind of funny. Hail all. Owl. Owl. Hail Owl. I'm pretty sure it's all. I mean, it's not Aladdin, it's Aladdin. Right? It's all. It's Aladdin. Disney's Aladdin. Disney's... Yeah. Let's take care of business over here. Yeah, so hell all. Oh boy. Makes me as happy as consuming popcorn sprinkled with ranch seasoning.
Greetings, members. We've once again found ourselves in need of exterminators. Proceed to the designated site and put an end to these pests.
Will you?
That is all.
Would you? Goodbye, leg. See, the Gauss shotgun is so good because it has a very large magazine, ammo capacity, you know? Pretty awesome. I have to go to the purveyor as well. I still have those armor items I made from yesterday that I have to get rid of. You know? And I still want to make more legendaries until I get a weapon rate reduction plus 1 intelligence unyielding set. You know? That'd be nice. That worked. Grim Reaper Sprint really works sometimes. You have a 30% chance or so of filling up your AP bar if you kill an enemy in bats. So every third kill, you get a full AP bar, and that's pretty awesome.
Notice to all users. Gear jam detected. Mechanical support ticket issued.
Repair detected. Resuming uplink protocols.
Yeah.
Requesting immediate user support. Signal strength failure detected.
Yeah.
Signal boost procedure required. Attention users. Temperature approaching unsafe levels. Action required.
I mean, shooting a Nuka-Cola and having it break to become glass scrap and a bottle cap is pretty cool.
Component failure. Immediate support required.
Maybe if you shoot a Nuka-Cola or a Nuka-Cherry, it should create a little cloud. That if you walk through it, you get a buff. There it goes. It creates a little hazy cloud for a second that you can shoot it and then run through it.
Restored. Resuming connection process.
There it is. Like a blue cloud for a quantum, red cloud for a cherry, orange cloud for the orange, grape cloud, and maybe your whole team can run through the cloud for a second. You could share it, because it of course takes the effort of putting the object on the ground. Whenever they figure out how to, whenever you're able to place things on the ground naturally,
System orientation.
dropping junk or dropping things and not having them be in a container.
Target locked.
I know right now if I try to do this, it's not there on the ground, it's in a container, you see? It's because otherwise you'd have a bunch of garbage on the ground, and that creates problems and glitches and things exploding. If you drop too much stuff and it's overlapping and it can't exist overlapping, it'll just snap across the room, you know? So they have to make it where it's in a container. But there's ways around that, you know, I don't know. There's ways around it.
participation.
Okay, so let's pull these items out. Anything that I've crafted that is not, well, that is not skinned, I have to get rid of pretty much. About to do that right now. Alright, cool. Yay. And yay. And yay. Apparel, sort by value. Get rid of the garbage first. Yeah. And I'll sell a few things, no big deal.
Now trading for supplies, ammunition, and gear.
Yeah.
Resupply here, citizen.
Okay. Yeah.
Don't face the wasteland without the proper supplies.
Cool. Yeah. Alrighty. Go right over here. I'm sure I have some other AP item on me, like that. Cotton candy bites. There's a code piece over here in the hills I'm going for right now. Yeah. Oh, yes. Thank you. Yeah. So that's what I could do. I can go down to the Enclave, get the code piece, go to wherever the game tells me to go, and then take over the workshop once I'm there. You know? Cool. Are we good? Nope. One more enemy. We'll get him. Right over here. Right over here. Somewhere.
Time.
Yep. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Yeah, completing the dailies is a pretty good thing to do because it feels less like you're just trying to do something over and over again. It adds value and purpose to everything that you do, I think. And they give you a nice chunk of XP, you know. And they get you all over a map, back and forth, back and forth. They don't give you the most XP, but they make things fun. And it makes it feel like you're doing something like in a video game. You know? I always like to have a reason to go someplace. It's okay to go to a place to go farm something.
They really don't hold up to the wind and rain.
Okay. I was trying to figure out why that rad stag was on fire. Random rad stag on fire. Yeah. It's nice, but it's also nice to have a reason to go into a place. You can farm for a reason, because there's always someplace else to farm. That's what the advice I give for a person starting out the game. Because there's always enemies and junk wherever you go of different variety, you might as well go where the game tells you to go, through the quest line. Sometimes I lose freedom with certain builds I have. I lose a bit of freedom. It's not marked, 1 second. Yep, bunch of stuff. Bunch of stuff. Yep. Let's do all that stuff. Let's do all that stuff, huh? All that horrible stuff. Knock it right out. This should be fun. So this guy likes to shoot his belts. I like to shoot this guy's spouts, you know? Turn around. There we go. Now he can't spit on me. Which is usually the thing that kills you, you know? Usually the thing that kills you. Yeah. Well, the daily score things, yeah, well, that's not even part of what I'm even considering. I'm done with the whole thing. Sucks. Sucks. Yeah, in terms of that, I find myself completing that thing, or I found myself completing it without even having to worry about it. It's just based upon what I normally do. But yeah, the daily quests are a good method to stitch you across the map, and there's always enemies near the daily quests. And you end up completing the daily quests without even worrying about it, so sometimes it's nice to do that. It's also nice because, so let's just say a person says, do the daily quests. Well, in the world of, there's 80, let's just imagine there's an infinite number of daily quests. Which ones do you do? I think it's nice to layer the daily quests with, the search and destroy from the Enclave to find the code pieces, because there's 3 silos, eight code pieces each. That's a lot of content throughout the week. So the game says go over there to go do the thing, and once you're there, there's a bunch of daily quests around that region, you know, until you're kind of happy, and then maybe while you're there you take over a workshop, and then go back down to the Enclave for the next hub. Sort of thing. Yeah. Let's hurry up. I'll get these paper targets and I'll kill that Yagwai. It just sucks, you know. That's me referring to the actual game. I really enjoy that garbage. I really enjoy all that garbage. Sometimes I find myself in a role where I'm trying to experiment with something or I'm trying to focus on something, and I don't get to do the entire thing. Or the same thing with whenever there's a server-wide event, a world event, a seasonal event like Foshnok or something, that sort of takes over most of the gameplay, sort of. More so with the barbecue thing, because you have this thing happening every 15 minutes. And double XP. Double XP means farm. I would like to be in a spot where I'm done with my character. I just feel like it's a long way to go, and I'm still flip-flopping back and forth, but I think I'm slowing down a bit in terms of stabilizing, meaning I've reintroduced the shotgun, and whenever I have a couple more features and things and a few more legendary perks built up a bit, I'll be really happy. At that point, I could play the game completely naturally without having to focus on anything. Sort of like, until you're done with certain things, you should really be doing something on purpose to complete something, sort of. It happens now, like for example, if you're still grinding reputation, you should take some time to grind some reputation. You know, you should involve those reputation farming sites into your overall route, which means less other activities. And eventually, your whole gameplay might eventually become a rotation of all of the farming sites around the map, plus some workshops and the occasional public event. I don't know. I got my stuff. Yeah. And it's sort of cool. The longer you play the game, I sort of take them for granted. The longer you play the game, the more daily quests are available to you. You know? Because you've unlocked them, sort of, through exposure of the map. And you're able to get around the map faster because you have the fast travel points, so... You know? Okay.
People around here think we're stealing their shit.
I'm off it, Dave.
Hey.
Can I cross this name off my list of loyal?
See, I liked needing
anybody
to
in
do
this
this
goddamn
because I got the
place
reputation. Pretty
So you're-
immersive. Talk to her.
Lume, you here to help? Because I got stuff that needs doing.
What do you need?
I need more salvageable vacuum tubes. Gotta keep the comms alive. Location's on your map.
One day you'll need something besides vacuum tubes. One day. Okay, we'll go right up here. There's a Yaoguai, or so the game says. Doesn't really matter. See, I like, for example, I really enjoy going to the penitentiary and doing the public event along with the patrol duty thing and the need to go there for the fuses or the whatever the heck she wants, the vacuum tubes. I like to have those layered reasons. My ideal form of gameplay would be, see, here it goes. If I don't have to leave the darn server, eventually, I would like to take over all the workshops in the map and do all the daily quests. And do every public event at least one time. But there's reasons why I have to stop my session or whatever the heck it is. Partly. Or I'm not ready with my build or something. But ideally, that's what I would like to do. Now, if I'm doing all the workshops and at the same time doing the dailies, you could either take over all the workshops first and then do the dailies, or take over the workshops as you're doing the dailies, because you're doing the dailies over here, now you have to go over there, and there's a workshop right next to it, so you go ahead and take over the workshop. But it's sort of better to take over all the workshops before doing anything, because they generate resources in the background and they only take like a minute to take over. But the problem is, once you start taking over all the workshops, that becomes like an hour or something of preparation, and then, you know, it might be lost in a heartbeat. Or you might start that session and take over like 3 or so, and then you have to leave the server or whatever the heck it is. But because it's so quick taking them over, the problem is there's so many of them to the point where it takes like an hour or something. For example, if there's 20 workshops and it takes 3 minutes per workshop, that's an hour. Plus minus a couple minutes here or there. Because you have to go around and kill the enemies and do whatever you gotta do. And 3 minutes is sort of quick if you think about it. But it adds up, you know, a bunch of preparation. So it might be best to, if you had infinite time and nothing really mattered, then it'd be better to do the workshops first. For example, if this were a single player game and it lasted forever and you could fast forward time, it's better to do all the workshops in the world first and then do everything else afterwards. Sort of. It's more immersive to do it as you go. But, you know. Okay, we're over here. Let's go look at those radio vacuum tubes. I'll just run there, I guess. It's right over there. Yeah, so whenever I don't play a character, if there's a game like a role-playing game and there's some flim-flam going on, and if I haven't played for a while, then I want to make a new character when I start, because I feel completely disconnected with my character, and I won't know like my skill rotation. Or I won't know why I have certain things. I'll have to slowly remind myself why I'm using certain things in the build I'm currently using. You know, it's sort of like not being Batman for a while, and then you're Batman, and you have to remind yourself why you have what you have in your utility belt. Why do I have this weird bolo? Oh, that's right. When do I use it? Like, all of your skill and essence is gone. It's just you trying to fill your old shoes. But if you made a new character, you'd probably be better than your old character whenever you hit the same standard. You know? If you're level 85 before, you make a new character, by the time you're level 85 again, you'll be much better than your previous level 85. It's inevitable, I think, because you learned something, and you've had more time to be more deliberate about what you're doing. You know what works and what doesn't work, and second iteration is better than the first iteration. Depending. As a consequence, to take that back, play devil's advocate, the negative aspect of starting over is that you might feel like you've done everything already, so you're kind of skipping through things, or skipping through areas, and you might forget where things are because you thought you've already done it, and you really forgot what you've truly done. So your character might be really shallow. In fact, your second character might have 0 Pioneer Scout events. You might say, this character doesn't care about the Pioneer Scouts. That's my other character. Oh, my other character cares about having the horn right access. This character is this. You start making excuses because you don't want to take the time again. You know? That's the con. The con is you start to make excuses to have a less fleshed out character, but a more hardcore buildy character where you are a very specific awesome build, and you're probably much better than your other character because your other character is just a, you know, playing the game naturally character versus check out this cool build I'm working out at an early level and how much damage I'm doing because I know how to play the game build. You know? Check what I figured out build versus, yeah, I'm playing the game and I have these skills and abilities and it's working out. Your second character is going to be a sniper, or a shotgunner, or a knife thrower, or a sledgehammer-er. You know? It's not going to be natural, though. Maybe. Or you'll know exactly where to go when. So you start heading in that direction. Instead of naturally exploring left and right, which means by the time you got to that building, you're not as powerful as before. You know what I mean? You hear about some shack that has some magical helmet or some magical dagger inside, but that shack is in some part of the map you've never been to that you've discovered on your other character, so you head straight there, weak as garbage. Weak as all get out garbage. Alright, moving on. Boom, boom, boom. Let's get this soil sample. Oh, Tyler County Fairgrounds, you are a friend. Sometimes. I love going through that area. I love it. For me, what breathes life into this game is whenever I have a new build that requires certain materials, and then I have to go to an area and get a bunch of specific stuff, and I feel really good as I gather those materials. Where something has more value than other things. It's pretty cool. It's like this. The first time you're playing a game, like what you're saying with the holotapes, you're going to listen to every single holotape. If it's your first pass through, and every single note. But if it's your second character, you don't even know what you listened to, what you left off with, and you might just skip everything. And go, meh, meh, meh. It's hard to reestablish that level of mystery as your first time. Your second time, you're sure of things, and you know what to do, and the whole mystery is revealed. It's over, and you're just trying to achieve it. And you actually feel superpowered based upon knowledge, which is a whole different experience of just living in it, just trying to make it and doing the best you can. You know? Do the best you can. For example, my second time, if there was a reason to play Assassin's Creed a second time with a brand new character, it might be a bit different.
Now that people have come
My
back to this
gameplay
area,
and what how I'm playing, and how I'm fighting, and what I'm doing, everything. I mean, look at my Cyberpunk gameplay. At a certain point, I felt kind of bad because I'm playing it in a streamlined sort of method, and I end up missing out on content. It's kind of hard to find the true path. It's really easy to find the true path if it's your first time, because you don't know what the path even is. You're just doing everything you can do to make it, and figuring things out, taking your time. You don't want to do stuff too soon, so you're kind of like 2 steps forward, 1 step sideways, 1 step forward, 1 step back, 1 step sideways. Your second time, you're just going straight there at a diagonal. Why don't you just walk diagonal? Boom, 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 boom. You know, skipping it. It's a whole different feeling. But, you know, it applies in other scenarios as well, and the opposite also applies. The opposite of what I'm saying also applies. So since I'm here for the soil holotape, I might as well loot everything. And seeing as I'm here for that, I might as well do this. Check this out. Check this out, camera guy. I might as... Oh, look, I already... I already had Can Do level 3. No! I was on autopilot and destroyed them. Oh my god, I was on autopilot and destroyed them. Imagine you're cleaning out your nasty fridge because you think that all your food is rotten, and you're dumping your food straight into the garbage disposal. Look at all this garbage. Oh look, I got 2 new eggs. They aren't even damaged or anything. You throw it straight into the garbage disposal. Nah. Tons of beeswax, eating marmalade, drinking. I tell you what. I tell you what. Let's go for Pharma, huh? I just start tapping F to destroy the darn perks. Now carefully. Pharma and Can Do. This is a good place to use Can Do at. There's a bunch of these trash cans and whatnot for some extra goodies. Sometimes even sugar bombs. Whoa, intelligence bobblehead. My Sharona. Like Uncle Jesse from Full House used to say. Insane. Whoa, mama. Daily quests, farm fusion cores, workshop conquest. Deliver. Oh no. Have mercy. That's right. He's a third-rate Elvis impersonator. Fourth-rate, fifth-rate, 81st rate. He is a cover band that does a loose impersonation of Elvis from time to time. And he's, you know, middle-aged cover band dude. For house parties, bar mitzvahs, birthdays, you know. He's the kind of group that you hire for a bar mitzvah. There's nothing wrong with that. Or he's for like a cruise. He's a cruise liner band. Everything I hope for, everything I need. You are so gosh darn beautiful to me. Shazam. You don't mind if I rob you blind, do you? Huh?
Hell do you want?
I want your stuff and your time. Give me what you have. Give me what you have. You punk?
Hey, I already gave you everything I got, all right? Just leave me alone.
Give me your money. I'm gonna go now.
Watch your step.
What does that mean? You threatening me? You looking at me? I'll take everything that you own. Looking at me? You threatening me? Yeah, I usually leave him alone. I'm aware of him every time I run by. Every time I run by that building and don't loot him, I'm aware of that guy up there. That dude up there. I just choose to not go up there to waste my time. Sometimes I like to go there just to punk him out. Yeah. 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 Played the workshop at the Tyler County Dirt Track, you stupid idiot. What? Why are you so mean to me? That's right, popcorn seasoning. I want to smell it. Ugh. Ugh. Some good ranch. I could taste it a little bit. I could taste it. In olden days, a glimpse of stalking was looked on as something shocking, but now God knows. Anything goes. Good authors too, who once used better words, now only used for letter words, writing prose. Anything goes. Anything goes. Oh yeah. I can't wait. I can't wait. My goal is to go to every IGN or gaming news article and talk about Fallout 76. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Okay. Let's go for this other water purifier thing. I think there should be some sort of bonus if you complete a certain number of daily quests per day. You know? Good job. You've done it. You've done it. So you have a sense of completion and purpose. Maybe if you complete all of the daily quests within a zone of the map, that zone gives you a bonus for killing anything within it. You know? Zone meaning forest, Savage Divide. I know these ideas are too good for mankind. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'll take over this workshop while I'm here, you know, seeing as I'm already here. Know what I mean? I bet you my legs were really strong in this game. Really strong legs. A lot of running. Uphill. Hopefully I'll be able to play some more Assassin's Creed later on. I tried playing last night, but I was too tired to really get through it all after doing a couple puzzles. I tried clearing out more of the map, and oh boy, them puzzles, they are crazy. They're really cool. I love puzzles. It's really interesting. It's like the higher order puzzle, for me at least, because I'm live. It's pressure. It's one thing solving some sort of puzzle like a crossword or something like that. Another thing doing it in like a simulation matrix environment, which involves all kinds of weird flim-flam beyond just whatever. It's like a game, and you're just like, pick up the thing from over there, put it on that, rotate it sideways, shaft of light hits it, pull the water, turns yellow, you jump in for 3 seconds, jump out. It's really interesting. A lot of pressure. To the point where if I weren't live, I would just give up. In fact, I'd say every time that I do those puzzles and I realize just how complex it's going to be, part of me thinks I'm never going to solve this. And it's really unfortunate that I'm live because it's going to be really embarrassing when I give up. But then I solve it. You see? Because at that point when I thought those words, I would have given up. If I was single player, say, yeah, I'll come back later on. I'll figure it out. Now this puzzle, well, this is sure is hard. I guess it's not for me then. You know? Because I'm forced to. It happens. Oh, I have to go return these photos to Davenport. Golly, so much stuff to do. This place at least has a bunch of weird junk, you know? Bunch of weirdo junk. Stupid overseer. You stupid overseer. Plotting and scheming. Yeah. No. Loading time. Time. Yeah. Back in. Yeah. Just trying to loot without walking outside. Salt and pepper. So maybe you can't go down here until you complete the Overseer journey. You don't get the Overseer basement key until you complete more of it, maybe? I don't know how that works. For a new player. Because for a new player, if you know that the Overseer is alive, chilling out over here, so what the heck is the point? For the whole first year, she's been hiding out in this building. Liar. You blasted
it's so good
liar.
to see everyone again.
I've got to go. Hey, have you met up with the Brotherhood still yet?
No, I haven't. But Davenport has been helping me keep a close eye on them since they arrived.
Liar.
From what I hear, you've been pitching in. I take it you trust them?
Well, I don't really trust them, but I think it's in our best interest to cooperate with them for the time being, you know?
I'm
Us,
with you on this.
You and me.
I agree with much of what they stand for. However, looking into their history shows their methodology can be a little troubling.
Yeah? Alright, well, that's cool. Alright, bye.
Okay. What else did you want to talk about?
Nothing.
Stay careful out there. Together we've made Appalachia
You're garbage.
safer.
Together.
She still has fangs.
Ah, you've returned.
Together.
Do you have the photographs I asked for?
You're darn right I do.
Ah, very good, very good. I did promise a reward, so please accept these caps in gratitude for your service.
You know, I took some serious risks out there, you blasted robot.
A fair point, and one I cannot disagree with.
Thank you.
I'll increase the reward. Here are your caps. Come and see me again, and I might have more work for you.
Goodbye, Beast. Goodbye, Beast. Goodbye, Beast. Boom, boom, boom. And a boom. Let's go back over here. I never got the soil sample. That's the problem. I never got the soil sample. Oh boy. I tell you what. Tell you what. Oh yes. That is what I gotta tell you. Tell you what, one time, when we turn sideways, and we keep on saying, huh? That's right. This is a zany blasty blast of crazy, mind-blowing phenomena. You know what I mean? It's just out of this world. It's out of this world. Okay, here we go. We're running. Thank you, Beast. I'll hop on back down to the Tyler County dirt track, which is right next to where I just was. Cool. Yay. And done. There's one more left somewhere. Right over here. Inside, maybe. No, he's right down there. Thank you, goodbye. Cool, cool, cool. And now we'll go upload the data to the Flim Flam system here. And I have to repair those radio vacuum tubes, go turn in the Flim. So let's go return or repair these vacuum tubes first. Okay. I mean.
There's gotta be some better people out here.
Yay. Tinker's workbench. Radio vacuum tube.
Good.
Oh, yes. Hey there, David. And hail.
I take it your presence here.
Hey, look, I made some repairs.
You serious?
Soldering.
Let's take a look
welding.
then. Quality
Rewiring.
replacements. Wiring looks good.
Exactly.
Inputs and ports are clean.
Check out the inputs and
Well,
ports.
I guess since my time is precious to me, I can toss you a few more caps. I'll put in a good word with Meg, and don't forget to show your face around here from time to time.
Yeah?
Never know when I might.
That's cool.
If I gotta repair one more terminal, some jackass was dicking around. Me and Meg's gonna have
Okay.
a few words.
Okay. I will go do this Prickett's Fort event. It's good to do this event here with the woodchucker perk enabled. This is one of the best wood spots in the game. I don't think I have the perk anymore. I got rid of it. So that's okay. It's okay.
Confederate soldiers.
It's okay.
Hello there.
So I'm not going to get the wood. Okay? I'm going to wait until later. The next level I level up, I'm going to be investing it in the woodchucker perk. We'll go from there. There's a bunch of wood here. You know? Bunch of wood. Get on down here to the battlefield cemetery. Yeah. Favorite and equip. There it is, he's saying. Put the body in, bury the body, and then we drop the shovel right where we got it from. We're done. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is head to the pumpkin house. Yeah. Better yet, I'll stop by Freddy Fear's House of Scares, go up and around through the Red Rocket Mega Stop, and end with the pumpkin house. Because I might as well, you know? I might as well. Also, I will use a repair kit because I want to hear that buzz the whole time. So we go up and around, get these red rocket robots enabled and going.
Violence is unnecessary. Comet Prime. Unidentified intruder detected. Beginning search. Service ability
Hail, Charles, and hail. Going up through the hill, doing my thing, knocking out these dailies. Daily quests, and some workshop conquests along the way. And trying to get these code pieces as well. It's nice using a gun again. I also have to continue to knock out these daily quests, or these daily ops. You know what I mean? I gotta do that for the recipes, because whenever I get that Hell Seeker, Hellfire, whatever the heck it's called, Hell Scream rocket launcher, I'll be using that part of my build. And whenever I get the Liberator pistol, I'll be using that as well. Perhaps. Perhaps. Maybe. You know, I might actually... We'll see. We'll see as I level up. Once I level up a few more times, I'll think about reintroducing the pistol perk. And I'm thinking about using that pistol I have. If it has limited damage, I'm in. It'd be nice to use the pistol to run around shooting people's legs in the same way that I'm using the shotgun. Okay, let's go... deposit these cores, take over the workshop. I don't know. I'm afraid that point-blank shots will kill me. Awesome. You know, if I destroy their gun shooting arm, then that takes care of everything. I think they just rush over to me to start. Let's see here. Which this guy's all flamethrower. No. I think the mid arm is what I have to destroy. Cause then I think he'll just fly over to me and start stabbing me with the buzzsaw, or cutting me with the buzzsaw, or you know, flamethrower, or a suicide bomb. Alright. A few more robots left. We'll do what we have to do.
Intruder, identify yourself.
Yeah. Okay. Eat some food for a second. Cajun rice and beans. Being claimed by me. I'll put down my building in the rear. Oh no. Can't believe it. Just for a second, I'll put down adrenaline through hacker. We're done. Okay. Now head on over, turn in these, I'll do the pumpkin event. You know, no big deal. Okay, and there we go, go, go.
Nice to see you.
Okay. Yay. Yay. Go talk to the pumpkin man.
So many pumpkins. You there?
Let's go, buddy.
Cut.
Right behind the building. He wants it, so I'll give it to him. Yeah, I think we should get some other bonus for doing a bunch of dailies. Maybe you get a daily token. Or some sort of ongoing currency sort of thing. But right now it doesn't really matter. It's just you get XP and... You know, I think sometimes you get a chance to get a plan of a special variety by doing certain quests. But once you have all those plans, you know, it no longer benefits you to do
So many pumpkins to
beyond
carve.
personal
You there?
immersion.
Wait, as
You know? Like this quest here gives you these special grenades and the special seeds. You see? The Sweetwater thing gives you the Sweetwater special blend. Those are pretty cool effects. You know? But please, call me Sweetwater. Call me Sweetwater! So let's go get a bit more honey over here by Anchor Farm for a second. I already got the Aaron Holt Homestead honey. I'll go by a couple spots here. Here we go. Oh, yes. Hey, Matt, how's it going? Knocking out some daily quests, doing some workshop conquests along the way. I'm benefiting from the overall double XP just by playing the game for a bit. Mainly because I've run out of lunchboxes. There's a little pond over here. Right over here. Alright, hop on down by Mr. Sweetwater. Sweetwater! Go. Yeah. So exciting. Yay. Okay, here we go. Talk to the man. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy.
Welcome back, friend. I am a... Excellent. Oh, gracious. Oh, delightful.
Yay.
Please do.
Bye. Guano. Oh no. Okay, let's hop right back over and drop off that ecological data. Well, while I'm here, let me go take over one more workshop over here at the Sunshine Meadows Industrial Farm. Oh, Paul, you getting this message saying, urgent, blah, 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 get the pieces, turn them in. There's some place over there in Grafton, there's a Grafton pawn shop. It was added. You go there and there's a mystery to unfold. The Grafton pawn shop. You walk around Grafton, you'll find a pawn shop. On the outer strip. The southern outer strip. Pawn shop. Yeah. For a better example of where to go, you know how when you're in Grafton, there's like a telephone pole or a tree or something that is collapsed against the building, and you're able to run up that thing to go inside the wall, like the whole wall's blown out, you can enter the building. It's the building below that. It's right below that. So if you don't climb up, it's walk on the ground floor. I think the wall's green, but it's just an open the door thing. Yeah. It's right around that area. Awesome. Bucket. You know they're on the roof. They're on the roof, obviously. Oh boy. Yay. Take it over. Loot it up. There is power here. I'll just hook up this food machine. Oh, Cat, you hit level 400? Awesome. Sweet. Come on. Okay, power pole. Wipeout. 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 But hopefully it'll put me in the same server if that really was just a local crash versus a server crash. Wipeout. I tell you what, rejoin, play with team. Play with team, you scallywag. Was that a server crash? No, it wasn't. It was a local crash. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. Apparently Fortnite's getting pretty good. Fortnite, you know? Battle Royale. Only because they have all these collaborations with, like, X-Men or some garbage, or whatever. Marvel superheroes and John Wick and, you know, Star Wars and...
This, fix that.
I mean, it'd be cool if it wasn't just Battle Royale. Battle Royale. I would like an ongoing sort of battle situation. Oh, at one point they had a 50 versus 50 or a 100 versus 100. I really like that because I think you respawn. I think you respawn. Don't you? No, you don't. Do you? Maybe not. Either way, if it's 50 versus 50 or 100 versus 100, you have a very high likelihood of not dying. Stay behind the... It was actually... I played it a couple times. The 50 versus 50 or 100 versus 100 is actually really, really cool. You know, it's like a big old war. That's what I like. $50 versus 50. Or something. You know? Just give me something, baby. Okay. Yay. Amy carries terminal. Please help me. Help me. Enter the password and let's go. Have to head down to the Enclave coming up to get my next code piece and check on the keyword status. Okay, let's go straight there. Let's go straight to the Enclave. Right over here. I'll stop over here for a second. Some free salt and pepper. Free salt and pepper. Oh no. Fortnite, party time. Excellent. Yeah. How we looking? Uh-huh. 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 Cool. Okay. Let's go. Let's go do the Camden Park area. Camden Park, home of Camden Park. I can't wait for this game to be VR. This game has a leg up over other games because there's multiple theme parks here in the game. Having theme parks in VR is awesome. You know what I'm talking about, Cap. Huh? Yeah. $7.57. Oh no. Oh no. All my grenades, these legendaries. About to go farm through this place with my farmer. Well, then there's not many chem containers here. There's a couple, but I'll put it on. Like in the old days, I used to have a collection of perks I would only use while farming. You know, if I got rid of them for some freebie perk points or perk coins. Oh yeah. All these notes away. A £1/4 each, don't forget. Oh no. See? I don't think you would get motion sick if you played Fallout 4 or Fallout 76 in VR if it were perfect. But because it's not perfect, you get motion sick. I mean, certain things are really perfect, therefore you don't get sick. But for example, you have this thing floating in space in front of me. If that were in VR, if it were sort of like jittering and gluing in spot and then moving really quickly, you get sick almost instantly. Also, if there's sort of movement in VR that you can't control, you get sort of sick. A fixed, like what you were saying earlier, a fixed 360 video is fine because you're just sitting there looking around. The second it starts moving and you can't, or if something moves towards you and you can't move your head back, the second you can't move your head back and the thing doesn't change, you get sick. If things are kind of far away all around you, equidistant, it's okay. But for example, having a goat sniff your face in VR might make you sick because you can't pull your face away from the horrible nostrils. They're glued right there on your face. But if something's far away, you have the illusion of kind of moving around, especially with better 360 video. They have like the 3D kind or whatever, the better version where it's like a big orb and you have minor head movement. But ideally, you want a 360 video that is more of a VR experience where it's really a 3D rendered environment with objects moving around that are aware of your head position in space, where you could do this. A 360 video is just a spherical video that you can look around. So it works to be able to look around, but it's not like reality, and you're likely to get sick, and you're likely to not be as immersed. Yes, you understood what happened because look, the bad guys over there, now they're running that way. Whoa. The second you do this, whoa, you get sick. If you go, whoa, that's fine, but that's not good. You know what I mean? That's the failure. As long as it's kind of relatively far away and you have this minor feeling of depth. Yeah. But for example, that slug video of the eating the slugs, that shouldn't make one sick, minus the fact that it's slugs. Because it's just a fixed time lapse in an environment. So, and you feel really small and everything else feels really large. That's okay. Yeah. Oh, if you get sick in Rec Room, whenever you turn, you could either disable snap turning to make it just gradient, or you should do most of your turning with your body. And you should, for the most part, for example, let's say you want to maneuver around this bus and go that way. You would hold, what I do is I hold straight forward and then I turn sideways. And then you turn sideways. Until you want to do a dramatic turn, and then you kind of close your eyes for a second. Close my eyes, close my eyes, close my eyes, close my eyes, close my eyes. But usually you're just walking in place, turning left and turning right. In Rec Room, for the most part, the enemy is over there, and you go forward. Like, for example, if I'm looking over this way and then I'm looking that way, you wouldn't want to turn your character sideways. I only turn my character sideways if I have to quickly turn around or whatever. But for the most part, you should just be walking in your room, unless you want to quickly turn around. Quickly turning around, you're able to play in a big arc. You could play in a big arc from your central position just by pitter-pattering your feet and angling and holding forward. Most games comply where it complies based upon where you're facing. So if I'm facing that way and I hold forward, I don't go that way, I go that way. You know what I mean? Some games only care about facing forward. some games care about what direction your hand is facing. So if you say I want to go forward and your hand is facing this way, you'll go forward. But in a game that cares about where your hand is facing, you can go forward by angling your hand this way or that way or this way, and all of a sudden you're turning sideways, sort of. But there's ways around it. Is my point. Yeah, you could definitely turn off the super fast turning. Also, there's a bunch of other features in Rec Room called the comfort vignette. I turn it off, but you might want to turn it on or something. I don't know. It makes a black ring around what you're saying. It's not great for recording what you're playing, though, because you have this black ring. But it's supposed to make you not as sick. Whenever you turn, whenever you sprint, it goes wow. You get like a tunnel vision. It's supposed to make you less sick. I keep it on for sprinting just so I know when I'm sprinting. Otherwise, you don't have the same sense of speed. I do it for a sense of speed, but not for lack of motion. Whatever. I would love to give you a high five in Rec Room sometime, Kat. And anybody else, whenever I do play Rec Room. One day, give somebody a high five in Rec Room. High five would be cool. I can serve you pizza and root beer. Pizza and root beer for days. And donuts. They have those in the game. Alright, we are 6 hours into this stream, or 7 hours just about. I'll go around and try to complete my daily, my daily quests here. Alright. Craft legendaries with modules.
But I'll be right back.
Sell to NPC vendors. Daily quests. Workshop conquest. Lucky hole mine. Power plants. Farm fusion cores. Public events. XP run. Toxic goo harvest. Rebuild camp. Move camp. Repair armor. Repair weapons. Craft ammo. Lift weights. Sleep. Play music. Stock refrigerators. Stock vendors. Transfer items between characters. Bury Mentat run. Dump caps at vendor if over 20,000. U.S. requisition holotape. Garahan building farm. Reputation root farm. Iron or South Ash heap. Multiply crops at workshop. Purified water at workshop. Tanagra Town crickets. Faction dailies. Spend gold. Razorgrain flower farm. Scorch beast farm. Grafton monster farm. Sheepsquatch farm. Convert ammo at the ammo converter. Deathclaw farm. Snalligaster farm. Tarberry farm. Flatwood silt beam. Check keyword status. Nuke Findingo Colossus for a cursed weapon. Sugar Run. Nuka-Cola Farm. Concrete. Laid at Monorail. Abandoned Bog Town secret floor. Farm mole miners for aluminum. Top of the world aluminum farm. Ski poles. Enclave code piece. Keycard search. Somerville Bookhouse. Watoga High School plastic farm. Chem farm. Enclave events. Wood farm. Dogwood farm. Smelt ore. Smelt spoiled vegetables and fruit. Cook food close to spoiling. Mirelurk Egg Farm. Mothman Egg Farm. Nuka-Cola Factory Farm. Sunshine Well Farm. Daily Ops. Get a high bounty by picking locks. Lure player to camp with a high bounty to force vendor transactions. Hunt down wanted players. Honey Farm. Convert perks into coins. Purchase lunchboxes with gold. Harvest flux from a legitimate nuke. Purchase gold with treasury notes. Purchase gold with caps from Smiley. Stock Nuka-Cola vending machine. Candy bowl and punch bowl. Refine camp and workshop blueprints. Craft legendaries with modules. Sell to NPC vendors. Daily quests. Workshop conquest. Lucky hole mine. Power plants. Farm fusion cores. Public events. XP run. Toxic goo harvest. Rebuild camp. Move camp. Repair armor. Repair weapons. Craft ammo. Lift weights. Sleep. Play music. Stock refrigerators. Stock vendors. Transfer items between characters. Bury Mentat run. Dump caps at vendor if over 20,000. U.S. requisition holotape. Garahan building farm. Reputation root farm. Iron or South Ash heap. Multiply crops at workshop. Purified water at workshop. Tanagra Town crickets. Faction dailies. Spend gold. Razorgrain flower farm. Scorch beast farm. Grafton monster farm. Sheepsquatch farm. Convert ammo at the ammo converter. Deathclaw farm. Snalligaster farm. Tarberry farm. Flatwood silt beam. Check keyword status. Nuke Findingo Colossus for a cursed weapon. Sugar Run. Nuka-Cola Farm. Concrete. Laid at Monorail. Abandoned Bog Town secret floor. Farm mole miners for aluminum. Top of the world aluminum farm. Ski poles. Enclave code piece. Keycard search. Somerville Bookhouse. Watoga High School plastic farm. Chem farm. Enclave events. wood farm, dogwood farm, smelt ore, smelt spoiled vegetables and fruit, cook food close to spoiling, Mirelurk egg farm, Mothman egg farm, Nuka-Cola factory farm, Sunshine Well farm, daily ops. Get a high bounty by picking locks. Lure player to camp with a high bounty to force vendor transactions. Hunt down wanted players. Honey farm. Convert perks into coins. Purchase lunchboxes with gold. Harvest flux from a legitimate nuke. Purchase gold with treasury notes. Purchase gold with caps from Smiley. Stock Nuka-Cola vending machine. Candy bowl and punch bowl. Refine camp and workshop blueprints. Craft legendaries with modules. Sell to NPC vendors. Daily quests. Workshop conquest. Lucky hole mine. Power plants. Farm fusion cores. Public events. XP run. Toxic goo harvest. Rebuild camp. Move camp. Repair armor. Repair weapons. Craft ammo. Lift weights. Sleep. Play music. Stock refrigerators. Stock vendors. Transfer items between characters. Bury Mentat run. Dump caps at vendor if over 20,000. US requisition holotape. Garahan building farm. Reputation root farm. Iron or south ash heap. Multiply crops at workshop. Purified water at workshop. Tanagra town crickets. Faction dailies. Spent gold. Razorgrain flower farm. Scorch beast farm. Grafton monster farm. Sheep's watch farm. Convert ammo at the ammo converter. Deathclaw farm. Snalligaster farm. Tarberry farm. Flatwood silt beam. Check keyword status. Nuke Findingo Colossus for a cursed weapon. Sugar Run. Nuka-Cola Farm. Concrete. Laid at Monorail. Abandoned Bog Town secret floor. Farm mole miners for a Yeah. That's right. That is right. Yep. Get all them goodies. So I'm here at this Camden Park area, so I could loot some flimflam. I'll get nice and weak and put on Pharma and Can Do, and we'll loot it up. In fact, I might even put on Pack Rat for a second and just lower my damage, my survivability, and loot a bunch of garbage right now. Yeah. I thought maybe I was muted still, as I usually am. So here we have a bunch of cups and containers and atomic roller balls and basketballs and, you know, pizza trays. It's all paper. Sorry, it's all cloth. Cloth. There is no paper. There's some nice dailies here.
Say, greetings, customer. Come try my contest. ID, Dross Toss. Win prize, Mr. Fuzzy Tokens. Error, Zack personality not found. Personality module load failure. Default personality initialized. Good ID, Dross Toss. Is operation. Please begin action. Toss. At target. Dross container. For prize, Mr. Fuzzy Tokens.
Boom. Up and to the left, up and to the right. Indeed. Indeed. One more time. One more time. One more time.
Okay. Back to giving another go. We'll get mosey into them cards.
Darn right. I really enjoy looting when I have a purpose. It's like you're picking up bricks. You know? I say you have to go through a certain amount of work to transform, let's say, a ruby that you find in the field to actual money, and then turn the money into actual, like, stuff. How do you turn that ruby into joy, into fun, into happiness, into well-being? You have to do a lot. You have to travel to town, to the market, across the whole desert on a camel. You know, you get the money and then you have to go spend the money. It's ridiculous. It's way on down the line. Weeks and weeks and months and years down the line, you get the product of what you just farmed. But you still feel good when you get the thing. The ruby. You still feel good. So, you can feel good when you pick up this fan here because it has screws or whatever. Gears. Screws. Copper.
Hi, it's you again. Good to see you, honey. You know what to do. Start when you're ready.
Hail, Mike.
Okay, honey. Ready, set, go!
Get a nap. That's good. I think maybe I knocked a hot dog off. Alright. I'm still knocking out these daily quests. And I put on Traveling Pharmacy and Through Hiker. I would like to put on the Master Infiltrator perk, but I'm currently utilizing these skills here. Legendaries. Yeah. Yeah. Working our way right on through. Thank you. Still getting these buckets. Really? No way. No way. Zero? Are you serious? Let's hurry the heck up. Zero? I got distracted. Okay. Right over here. 30 seconds left. Boom and boom. I was running out of time. We're done. I'm sort of excited to get back into power armor. I had that nice power armor phase for a while. Wasn't that interesting? Sort of excited to get back into it. Okay. Garbage back here. As much as possible.
A vault dweller. Want to trade that blue suit for some slightly used bullets?
Yeah. Thank you, goodbye.
Mucking is hard work. This here lucky mucker ain't.
Give it a go.
You done brung your
It's a
A.
trap. Let's go try this. It's a trap event. Okay? Try that. Left up chili. Oh, baby. For the third day in a row, did you make a big old freaking fiesta pot? What kind of bean do you use? Or do you use a combination of beans? Kidney? Pinto? White? Activate the lure. Cool. I haven't done this event in a while. Where's the lure? Right over here. Oh no. Good.
Scorched beast, lure, and trap powering on. The device
Music
will entice
is a
the
bit
beast to
loud.
land, and the trap will keep it grounded for the duration of the
Red
battery
beans.
life. So kill it quick. These things are brutal and nasty.
Yeah, chili talk is always a good talk. Well, what defines a chili? Is it just beans? I guess it's chili seasoning, huh? Oh yeah. Beans, meat, tomatoes. Tomatoes. And chili seasoning. Don't you have to have chili seasoning for a chili? What is it? Oh, cumin? Is it cumin or something? Don't you have to have the chili packet? From the store? No, it's cumin or something, right? Coming? Oh, cumin? Let's get some dirty water. The chili packet from the store, it says Safeway on it. Yeah. It's dehydrated chili sauce. There is no original source of the chili. It's just they chip off more and more of the dried powder. In the beginning of time, they found one solid block of this chili flavor. We found it, chili! Chili pepper. I think there is some cumin up in there. You ever smelled cumin? Smells like darn chilies. Chili, not chilies. Capsaicin. You know? All that matters is that I have Colonel Seasons ranch flavored popcorn seasoning. I could taste it now. Put it on your mac and cheese. Put it on everything. Put it on your lasagna. Alright, are we good here? Yes? No? There's some creatures lurking about. I have to take care of them. Onions. Chili pepper. Spices. Well, the spices, the part. Random spices. Step 1, you get some chili peppers. Step 2, salt, perhaps. Pepper, maybe. And then spices. Chili. I think really any seasoning will do. But I think there's a specific... Ooh, I think it's cumin. I think it's cumin. Hey Cortana, what is cumin?
Cumin means, in trademark law, a tutoring program originating in Japan, in which children improve their skills in a subject by completing worksheets of increasing difficulty, led by a special instructor.
Yeah. Or that. Cayenne. I think it's cumin. Cumin. I think the answer is cumin. Cumin.
Cumin.
Oh! I don't know. Alright, moving on. Rawhide. Riding them in. Well. Full circle. Hilarious. Yeah. Who? Get some toxic water. So, speaking of the coronavirus, wink, I don't want to flag myself. Speaking of that, it's a good thing that a symptom isn't horrible sore throat. Wouldn't that be terrible? Because sometimes sore throats get really bad and you can't even drink water. But I don't think that's a symptom. You know? You just feel kind of weak and you can't breathe. And you get the sniffles, some sneezes, and you can't smell or taste anything. But you don't have a horrible sore throat, which is probably the worst thing in the world, I think. You can't even swallow your own spit. It's terrible. That'd be the worst thing ever.
You are never to run off without permission again. You had me quite worried, and I cannot even imagine what your parents would think. Now that I can confirm you are still in one piece, you may have your designated playtime. Your
Terrible.
parents told me you left some of your toys at an old playdate, and I think it's the perfect time to get them back.
Boils are pretty bad as well.
Now run along.
Okay. Boils, I understand boils are pretty bad. Boils, some things give you boils, and that's really bad. So, that's pretty bad. I mean, terrible. Boils. If people got boils, oh boy, they'd put on some darn masks. Chicken pox is sort of a horrible thing. I got it before. It's such a horrible, Dark Ages plague, weird thing, don't you think? At least we're not covered in boils. Okay. What? Oh boy. Yep. Yep. It was deemed okay to make sure that you're, to make sure that you get chicken pox as a child because it's worse as an adult. Something like that. It's much worse if you get it the first time as an adult. Usually your second time of catching it is no big deal. No big deal. Or whatever. Okay, we're getting these toys. It's nice knocking out these dailies. I really wish you got extra credit for doing this stuff, Extra credit is what I want. I want some ongoing tally. I enjoy having things add up. Really. I really enjoy having things just add up. In fact, I'll play a game that solely consists of having things add up over time. Like this Leaf Blower Revolution. So, if you get credit for collecting stuff, or killing things over time, or completing all of the dailies in a zone, or a certain number of public events per day, those sort of things. Beyond just the daily challenges. Daily challenges and weekly challenges are one thing, but I want to get credit for everything I do at all times. Not just whenever they feel like it. All of this stuff right over here needs to be forever. Sort of. I don't know. Do you get credit for taking photos? No. You don't. Unless they want you to. Once in a blue moon. It should be every 1,000 photos you get something. Or something. It's just adding up over time. Or if you take a photo, but I think what happens is people will feel like if they have this ongoing chore where they have to knock out a certain amount of stuff, I have to take a picture, I have to eat some food, I have to punch that tree, I have to drink some water, because it all stacks in the buffs. I won't be strong enough unless I do all these different things. You might feel like you have to do them, versus just getting credit for things. Where you feel like you're wasting time until you feel bad. I'm not looting right now, I'm wasting time. Well, so be it. Yeah. Let's move on to system. The cells interlinked with his cells interlinked with his cells interlinked. Little Red Riding Hood, doing stuff with your hood. It's red and your little Red Riding Hood. Okay, I'm here for the beep beep. Behold, I fly. I'm doing stuff with my hood. Alright, cool. Excelsior. Excelsi-and. More like it. Alright. Let's get along, little doggy. Oh boy. Mm-hmm. 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 Good. 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 Here we are. Oh, this quest here is sort of annoying. But, you know.
There are between 6 and 10 million species of insects in the world. Well, that was before the war, of course. Now, who can say?
Who can say? Yeah, so, yeah. Let's just say, to make it fair, let's say that they re-implement survival mode. You could have this buff that builds up as you collect junk, right? Because there's scavengers that want to kill you. So as long as you keep collecting junk, you get this big old defensive crazy buff, right? That'll help you escape a zone in time. But the second you fast travel, it goes away. And whoever kills you gets part of that buff, sort of. Maybe. Kind of like the survival point thing, like they had before, where you got somebody else's survival points, but you didn't really get a buff, you know? But I think having some sort of buff that would encourage a bunch of junk looting beyond just the points. The top 3 were visible on the map, which I thought was very fair. Having the top 3 players visible on the map is sort of exciting. You were informed when you were the top 3, people hunted you down, they got your stuff. Somebody might hide in some building somewhere behind some secure wall. It was actually really cool. They should bring it back. I mean, come on. Isn't it funny how they haven't brought it back yet? Goodbye, cat. Yeah, but isn't it really hilarious how they haven't brought back the survival mode yet? And I think it's really cool how none of their recent updates, pretty much ever, have ever focused on Battle Royale or Nuclear Winter. Besides that one update, they had one update where they said, by the way, we have a new map. It's the Morgantown map, blah, blah, blah. It's coming out in the next update. That was the only time that they've ever really mentioned Nuclear Winter, you know, which is good. You don't want them focusing all their energy into that. What if they did that? Wouldn't it be terrible? At the same time, they sort of ignored it completely. Is what I feel. You know, there's no special bonuses or rewards, even average. Maybe there are, but they're not really advertising it as much, perhaps. For example, they should show the scoreboard and then the Nuclear Winter rank board as well. Kaboom! There should be special rewards, you know, for both at the same exact time. If anything, all you ever have is these challenges where it says go get a higher overseer rank and perk card pack, Nuclear Winter stash, you know, survive for some minutes. Maybe I should do it, huh? Well, wasn't Nuclear Winter always Battle Royale? You know? It's always a Battle Royale situation. Maybe I should play for a second. Won't that be kind of fun? I think I should... I'm sorry that Kat just left. She won't get to see the flim-flam fun. Maybe I should play a little bit of a... You know... I think I should do it every day. Just for some fun. For some, you know, it's usually a hilarious romp. There's no denying it's usually a hilarious, action-packed romp. There's no avoiding that. You can't avoid it. It is fun. You know? Oh. Nuclear Winter, you expected like some sort of winter situation. It's just called that. Kind of funny. It came out in winter as well. Or it came out in the summer. Either or. I guess it makes sense because it's it's Nuclear Winter, but there's a firestorm, so that's kind of funny. You know? Ironic. Nuclear Winter, survive the firestorm. So it kind of works out in itself. I still think in the future there's going to be some sort of weather effect which will cause a need for the Funky Duds and the Funky Duds right here for poison resistance and Sizzling Style for fire resistance. I think there's going to be a poison storm and a firestorm in this game through Atlas. Remember the whole Atlas thing with the weather modification? I think that's going to come up way on down the line. And you'll have a whole section of the map that you can't go into unless you have enough fire resistance. Right? Because otherwise, why do you have that perk? It'd be really cool. And they're already experimenting with the effects. They've already mastered things catching on fire horribly with Nuclear Winter. So that's already one effect. And, you know, they've already mastered it. Cars exploding, things catching on fire. Oh, wow. Everything kind of looks different, sound effects, graphics, and so forth. They've already mastered the firewall. So they could reintroduce that here on a section of the map, but you could also have the snow. They figured that out. The snow and poison. So cold, of course, freezing. So of course they're going to have the snow. There'll be an area that's really, really cold, so you have the freezing effect. They've already mastered the freezing effect, so you might as well implement it. Right? And the poison. You know? So I think they'll do that. Eventually. Have these horrible effects. But a reason to do it. It'll be a version of a nuke. It'll be, you could either nuke, or you can go down to Atlas and do some garbage and input the flim-flam and put the material in, the precious battery that they need in the module to go launch your effect. Who knows? However it works, I think it'll be different than the bomb, you know? But it'll be the same thing in concept. It might even require a bunch of resources. I don't know. Whatever it is, it'll be cool. But it's going to involve Atlas. It's going to involve doing something to do something.
So soon. Pity. I mean, perfect.
You know?
It's so good to see you again, Leslie. Now, why don't you go to your room to play?
You know?
Miss Chloe needs some peace and quiet. Perhaps enough.
Okay, I'm going to do one more thing here. And then, I'll do one more thing here, okay? And then I will do Nuclear Winter. It's going to be really sloppy because I have to get accustomed to the whole style. So I might play a couple of games. We have like 45 minutes left in the stream or some 40 minutes left, whatever. And my perks are going to be all messed up. All my perks are going to be really flim-flammy. So I'm going to lose, but I'm going to try to avoid hiding in a bush the whole time. It's going to be an experiment to see just how long is it. I don't think it's all that long. I think I'm sort of exaggerating how long it takes to get back into a match. So, because it really is sort of cool, and that really is the fair PvP playing ground, battleground, because you can't, I think you could, but, you know, you can't use a duped weapon and a million nuka quantums that you've duped to win in Nuclear Winter. You know what I mean? You're not relying on a legacy weapon, you know? Everybody starts with nothing, and you go out there and you get your stuff. There's probably a way to cheat, but you know. You know. There's ways to cheat, probably. But I think the cheating is virtually non-existent. I think they probably made the right decision, if you think about it. Where they say, you know what? If we make a survival mode, you'll have adventure mode, survival mode, and nuclear winter. You know? And at that point, no one's going to be playing adventure mode. It'll feel like training wheels. It'll feel like you're cheating or something. It'll feel as exploitive as a private server is today.
Have a wonderful day.
You know? It'll feel as flim-flammy as a private server is right now, where there's no challenges, like easy mode flipped on. So who wants to just chill in adventure mode? Or in the past it was you'd farm supplies in adventure mode to prepare for survival mode. You know? But because they had nuclear winter, they figured that it's different enough and PvP based centric enough to get rid of survival mode. But they did mention that they were going to incorporate the survival mode features into the core game. So, but I don't think they have. So we could expect something in the future. You know? I don't think they really have.
Clean up this, fix that. Never seems to.
No stingwing, Barb. What the heck? Okay, I think it's time for nuclear winter right now. Right now. Right now. Right now. Because the games take a while, so we have to just jump right on in. Be fun. Be fun. Yeah, we're not going to win whatsoever. I'll do team fill on. I like to do team fill off for fun and just to play properly and just to figure things out. But you have almost a certain chance to win if you're on a team because you're a human and at least one other teammate is a human. Therefore, you're going to win. But if you're like not paying attention, you're not really a person. You know what I mean? You're playing AFK, you're a bot or some garbage. But if at least you and somebody else is on a team, sure. Time to lose, baby. The stream's almost over. We have half an hour left. It's been such a long time. Such a long time. Yeah, I think they could do the snow thing. Maybe it requires all sorts of processing power to incorporate snow. But other games have proven that snow works, even with a trail in it. You know, snow trails. It'd be nice to hunt some rad stag in the snow. I don't know.
Please, enjoy your time in Vault 51. It may be your only chance.
Action Boy, Marathoner, Creature Crusher. Oh my god. Whoa. Boo. Boo. There we go. I have all kinds of defenses, baby, and I could run around forever and do a bit more melee damage, but we don't need melee damage. How about radiation regenerates my lost health? Nope, I don't have enough. Strength. We'll filter by strength. Oh no, we don't have time. Strength. Blocker? Sure. I'll do martial artist. There we go. There we go. Boop boop beep boop beep boop beep. The heck am I dressed like? How do you change your clothing? Do I go and do the oh my god, do I do the clothing? Oh my god, atomic shop. So I don't know. Okay. Oh no! Oh no! Let's go right over here. By the road. I'm going by the road, baby. Let me go with you right inside this room. I'm going right next to you. Oh my god! Oh no! What's gonna happen, baby? Oh, are we alone? We're safe. Oh, it's so exciting. What's going to happen? Hopefully I set up my clothes. I chose these clothing items. It probably triggers on the next respawn. Yeah. I'm so excited right now. Heart palpitations.
Move quickly, candidate. The match has just begun, and you are already behind.
No!
You have survived this long. If you wish this to continue, prepare to move to safety.
Sure. Hit by my team. There was one player over here somewhere. Dangerous. Yeah, this is pretty fun. I mean, if you're gonna play any battle royale game, why wouldn't you play Nuclear Winter? I know it's, the no marsupial thing threw me off. I gotta run, run, run. I'm running. I like it. Frog neck. Clever action. Crossbow. All right. Cool. Oh boy. Staying with my teammate like a good player should. Whoops, no. Surviving with my teammates. A hooty hoo ha hey. Where are we going? Come on, 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 yes. Ooh. Ooh. Nice. That's cool that the item comes with a skin already on it. That's kind of funny. It's kind of funny, people. Burning torch sledgehammer. I shot him a couple times. I'm over here forgetting that we have blueprints, you know? Oh, home. I have to make a new blueprint, man. Yeah, I'll do this. All my blueprints are invalid. Yeah, so I have to make new blueprints for nuclear winter. Come on. Come on. Come on now. Oh my god. Oh my god! Having a hard time.
Candidate, calculations show that this area will be destroyed soon. Consider moving.
Okay. I'll get back on track in just a second. We'll be just fine. Can I use my bloodbird? Can I use my bloodbird, baby? Answer is no. Answer is no. No wonder all my blueprints are all broken. Light, hee hee, boom boom. All this garbage, it's all garbage. None of it works. Okay, Poonji, glass house, boom. Defensive tower weak. Turrets on top, defensive tower. Blah blah, cirque de boo boom. None of it. Man.
You may want to verify that you are outside of the ensuing blast zone.
Oh no. Oh, my whole team's gonna get wiped! Oh my god, my whole team got wiped! Tons of beeswax! My whole team!
While you have outlived your comrades, I predict it will not be for long.
Good thing I didn't follow them.
Good job, Gooboberti. You got out of that.
Tons of beeswax.
That was awesome. I saw you going for it. I'm like, Gooboberti's gonna get out of this. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna carry on our flag.
Yeah, that totally didn't happen.
If you can get to our bodies, we've got a lot of them.
I don't want to hear them.
Paparazzics or medics or something.
I don't want to hear them. I don't want to hear their faces, baby. How do I prevent that? I don't know. Good, they're gone. Good, they're gone. Hey there, Peter. I'm trying to do this darn thing here. All my blueprints are broken. I have to make new blueprints, you know? Gotta make new blueprints or just use what I have. You know. I have to make a new blueprint with like nothing in it. Basically, it'd be kind of cool if I construct something really quick. If it lets me. I have plenty of time. I'm gonna make some simple structure here. Okay. I'm just making a simple blueprint here. What is that down there? Grafton monster.
My calculations show that the eye of the storm has moved, candidate. So should you.
Sure. Excuse me. I'm gonna make this into a blueprint. Oh, but I can't blueprint. Well, that's upsetting. I can't blueprint while I'm in here, but I can use a blueprint. Well, this guy's strong. Can I survive a physical scuffle with him? Let's find out. Oh my god. Run away! Run away! Run away! What a world, what a world, what a world. Oh no. Oh, I will survive. I ain't got no HP. I'm gonna die!
Well then, let me just check that name off of the list.
I won the game. So I learned a couple things. Well, main problem here is I need some darn correct blueprints here. You found my structure. Oh, you get bonus double XP? Huh? At least you get packs of perk cards and everything. You know? We have 15 minutes left, so I'm going to hop over here into a private server world really quick. And I'm going to quickly craft a blueprint for a nuclear winter. Or 2, or 3. Really quick. You know? I can't have any of the... Or I can't have many of the atomic shop items like the tower, the blood eagle nest, any of that garbage. The turrets, of course, some generator light garbage. So, I just need some sort of wall structure. You know, a couple things. Yeah. So how are we looking? 447? I'm just trying to do a couple of things here. Jeez. I'll drop this nonsense for a moment. Okay, let's go down to a workshop. A big old wide open workshop so I could work on something. It'll just take a second. Let's try the Tyler County dirt track. It's a large area to work within. Nice and flat. Nice and flat. Yes? Yes. Yes. Okay. So here we are, about to quickly make a blueprint or two. I had some blueprints in the past that I would use in Nuclear Winter back when I did it. You know, it is fun, especially if you're coordinating with your team and so forth. You know, it's infinitely better when you work with your team. Unless in that scenario where the whole team was kind of together and got a bomb dropped on them. That's kind of bad. But let's just quickly go through here and take over this workshop. We only have a couple minutes left in the stream. And I'm going to make a few blueprints and save them for Nuclear Winter. And then perhaps at the beginning of next Fallout stream, I will do a few matches of Nuclear Winter just for a moment. What the heck was that? You heard that? You heard that? There was a weird bass music sound. It's a private server. That was a weird one. Alright, here we are. You hear that? Dum 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 dum. What was that about? What is that? What is that? I'm afraid of these things. Oh. What is that? Yeah. Okay, basic stair. On the floor. Same floor. We'll see about it. My decorative stairs wouldn't work. Put this half wall up and around. The glass walls won't work. Wood will work, metal will work, brick will work. Let's do brick. Where to go? I'll do this. Because you can see through them. Let's make sure. You know. There we go. There we go. Get the defensive flim flam up and ready. In terms of floor decor, I'm not quite sure what I can do, but in the meantime, let's get these half walls down. Right there, and then we'll get a solid wall right here. Okay. And a wall with a window right here. Okay. And I'll get a simple metal wall. Oh, the bass riff is a weird bug that carries over from Nuclear Winter? Okay. Freaking me out. Freaking me out. Thank you. Thank you, friend. Thank you, pal. Yeah. What is that sound in my face? Tell me now. Best if I don't use the Boom Plan one. Okay. I'll see if I can put down a bench or something. Maybe some chairs that you can climb on. Nothing too dramatic. How about this bench right here? Okay. Let's see how the blueprint is looking. Plenty of room. Plenty of room. Let's go for perhaps maybe perhaps good. I'm not trying to fight a bunch of robots here. I'm trying to design something. Well. Okay. Okay. This is all very annoying. I have to see what works and what doesn't work once I get out there to nuclear winter. Most of the stuff will not work. Maybe. I think it's nice to have some sort of structure to break up the line of sight. And to have a bunch of people-shaped structures. See what we can do. Come on. And important to have people-shaped structures, I think. And these ferns kind of hide your silhouette as well. Okay. Good to go. Okay. Let's put a human over here. You know, like I said, human silhouettes are good business. Accurate human silhouettes. Okay, let's make sure there's nothing else I could use. Alright. Here, I'll raise him a bit higher than that. You know? Lower decor, perhaps a little table. Oh my gosh. It's probably so annoying. So annoying. I still feel like it can go up here. I thought I saw it flash green for a second earlier. Nah. So be it. Oh yeah. There we go. This is a good, I'll blueprint this. This whole bench. I mean, you could put that in the bushes, I think. And I'll put, yeah. I'll put a little bush right here. We're almost done with the stream. I just want to finish this up here. Sort of like how you're forced to build the stuff not in Nuclear Winter. You could use it, but you can't. Yeah. This is going to become a blueprint. Okay, so nuclear winter. Nuclear winter underscore people decoy 01. Yeah. Go to my blueprint. Nuclear winner underscore people decoy 01. Perfect. It works, even though it was red. It was red though. I don't like how it was red over there. But it's fine. And now I will, oh boy, I don't like how that plant is poking through. Alright, so I will blueprint this structure here. Yeah. Make sure that everything's selected though. So select structure. Make a new blueprint here, overriding something else. So, nuclear winter, tower, 01. Okay. I will now see if I could use that blueprint. Nuclear winter, tower 01, right here. Right here. Right here. Oh man. See? There's something wrong with this whole structure. There's something wrong with it. So we have to find out what's wrong with it right now. I think it's... You know what? We don't need any of this. I could put this stuff in afterwards. It'll save on the blueprint cost as well. So I will now re-blueprint this whole thing. Yep. Nuclear winter underscore flim flam. Yeah, it's goodbye everybody. I know the stream is just about over. Oh, well over. Oh my gosh. We're at six minutes over. Oh my gosh. It's okay. I'm about to be done right now. Once I'm sure this works, I'll be happy. And the next stream or next Fallout 76 stream, I'll be doing this sort of thing. I'll be, you know, starting off with a bit of nuclear winter. Oh, what's wrong? Oh, something else. Something else is wrong. Obviously, it's all this junk on top. Nice and simple. That's why it's important to test the blueprint, you know? Hey there, Marin. Marine. Welcome. The stream's about to be over. I'll be live again with Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Making some progress. It's a wonderful game to spend some time in, you know? Okay, boom. Oh, what in the world is wrong with you? Is that stupid roof? It could be the defensive ramp over there. We'll see. We're really over time right now. That's not good. If I'm over 8 hours, I don't even know if the stream saves for reviewing. I think it messes up. No? But at least you're here, you know. You're here. Okay. Shut up, bass riff. Bass riff. So it looks like the answer was actually this. Because it's overlapping. I think it was overlapping a bit too much. That was the problem, which means that everything else could have been saved. That was probably the only problem. That was probably it. That was it. See? It was just that thing overlapping. Which means I will quickly make 2 modifications and then save it. Because now that we know what the issue was, we could work around that issue. Okay. So I could still do this, right? Come on. And I can still do this. You know? Pretty sure. And I can still do this. And this. And this. And that. With a little bit of this in the middle. And in fact, I could probably do this. And I could probably do this. Put a chair right here in the middle to jump on. There we go. So let's blueprint this entire thing. I'll call it 02. Or whatever. We'll see. It'll be educational. Educational. Please work so I can end this darn stream for overtime. Woohoo! It works. Now I can stop the stream now. There we go. People decoys, people decoys. Get the flim flam over here. You can do what you gotta do. Awesome. Done. Thank you for watching. I'll be live again with Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It's a great game. I highly recommend it. You should definitely play it. It's great. Especially if you have a newer console or a decent computer. Or if you want to try out the GeForce Now cloud gaming thing. It's wonderful. So yes. Catch y'all later, everybody. Now, Vortex, Vortex, and a Vortex.